I've been walking through the fire with my head up, heart aligned. Every scar became a scripture, every tear a deeper sign. They try to silence the truth, try to ban what's real and right, but the louder they deny us, the brighter we ignite. All is standing on his word, fact is standing on the line. Still we do it for the people, still we never waste the time. They counted us out, but we counted the cost. Never lost a mission, even when we lost a lot. Truth in our lungs, hope in our stride. We don't move with fear, we move with God inside. Still untouchable, can't break what's chosen. Still untouchable, truth stays spoken. Our hands to the sky, feel the rise when we come through. Still untouchable, we level up for you. Hey. Untouchable, we ride. Untouchable, for the truth. Untouchable, hey. Step is elevation, still grounded where we came. We don't fall for reputation, we don't run from saying names. Organ crying like a prayer, violence know how it feels. Tambourine shaking the ceiling, every note remind what's real. They said power changed the soul, but it sharpened our resolve. If we eating, then the people. If we winning, then it's all. No crown without the weight, no shine without the scars. We speak light into the dark, turn the wounds into the art. Still untouchable, heaven knows us. Still untouchable, doors stay open. From the struggle to the summit we break through. Still untouchable, we rise for the truth. Untouchable, right. Untouchable, right. Untouchable, hey. Untouchable, 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 hey. I sing for the ones who've been silenced, I cry for the nights we survived. Every note is a promise kept. We are proof that faith multiplies. Ooh. Oh, we don't bow. Oh, we ascend. Ooh. When truth calls, we answer again. Ooh. Untouchable. Hear the anthem. Untouchable. Feel the momentum. Choir in the back, violins lift the roof. Still untouchable. Untouchable. We do it for the youth. Untouchable. Level up. Untouchable. Still chosen, never folded. Untouchable. Still standing, still rising, still untouchable.
That's dope. Like right after Valentine's Day?
Yeah, day after. So for me, I gave him the goods, and I wasn't like, you have to marry me in order for us to cross the
That's
line.
what it's
No,
given.
it wasn't that. It wasn't that. You know what it was? This is what it was. I was dating another man. I was dating two people. He was outside. And I don't sleep with nobody, right? I'm getting to know people. When I say dating, I'm getting to know people.
So what happened to the other dude?
I let him go because I told this dude,
Ooh, wee. We rise higher to the fire. Untouchable impact. untouchable empire. Yeah, we rise higher, through the fire, untouchable empire. Lift us higher. Ollie and Fatty, bring truth to the streets. We stand for the people, never fall, never retreat. Untouchable empire, we don't break. We rise higher every step we take. Higher, higher, untouchable. Yeah, we step in the room and the whole crowd lifts. Truth in our blood, that's the realest gift. We talk power, elevation, transformation, untouchables. Yeah, we built this nation. We ain't chasing clout. That's for boys, not men. We chase money, purpose, legacy, and man. Ollie with the flame and Fatty with the spark. We light up the world when the whole world dark. Lift up the people that survive. We bring talk, justice, unity. Every time we swing, we don't bow down. We stand tall and rare. Untouchables, baby, we everywhere. We rise. Through the fire, yeah.
We stand together in the light.
Untouchable forever. This alright, this alright. Oh, we rise higher, higher. Through the fire, higher. Untouchable empire. Lift us higher, higher. Ollie and Fatty, bring truth to the streets. We stand for the people, never fall, never retreat. Untouchable empire. We don't break. We rise higher every step we take. We move with the grace. Power to the people, that's a look on our face. We don't fall, we don't run, we don't hide. Stand on truth, yeah, we walk with pride. Fame don't move us, we built on honor. Heart of a king, real warrior armor. Empower the world, that's the mission tonight. Untouchables. Yeah, we always do what's right. From the city to the globe, we shift that tone. Building up lives with a righteous throne. We step in the storm and walk through the fire. Why? Cause we God made for the rise higher. Hands up, hands up. If you feel that every move we make. Through the fire, we rise higher. Oh, touch, him play.
Is it muted? Hold on. All right, am I good now? Everything should be. Oh, hold on. Okay, we good now? Let me see if mom. Man, God bless my internet, man. God bless my internet. Okay, we good now. I know we good now, right? But yes, y'all, we got the best song on YouTube. I'm gonna put it on YouTube, but then again, we can't play it, so I can't play the song, or else we keep getting strike because we put it on iTunes and they protect us when we put those songs on iTunes. But go and check out A Good Man by Ilkan Ali, and then make sure y'all go cop that album. It Was All for Nikki by Ilkan Ali as well too. I should put the links in the chat. Matter of fact, Let me see, man, if I could hit y'all with that, man. Y'all got to support us with the music, man. We're trying to make the movement. And then I'm going to put out my actual personal catalogs as well, too, on the iTunes as well. Let me see if I could put it. I'm going to put this one in a link in the chat for y'all. All right. Let me get this going, man. Hold on, man. All right. Y'all want to hear some good music? You want to, if ladies, y'all want to hear some songs that make you feel in love, and brothers, y'all want to play some songs with your lady, man, play this one. All right. This is set the mood for the night, for the day, for a good time, for a long time, for a fun time. Deucey, I know that's you now, my brother. I done got the pronunciation of your name. All right, brother, much love to you, man. I appreciate your kind words as well, too. Chronically growing, man. What's going on, my brother? 225. What's going on, family? I see Easy in the building. Bat Works, I always see in the building, my brother. I see my sister Velvet. Happy Saturday to you, my sister Velvet. And I see my brother Stu in the building. Wolfgang, we always see you, my brother. Much salute to you, my brother. Y'all know what we're gonna go over a little bit, man. We're gonna go over the fact, and I should put it in question. Are men in marriage just placeholders for sisters? And I ain't even saying it's a placeholder for a better man, or a man that she actually likes, or a man she actually loves in today's society. Did today's sister even need brothers? And hopefully we can have the conversations. And sisters, y'all are more than welcome to always come up. I'm not gonna bite your head off. We actually love and support our sisters, especially the good ones. And if you're a little lost, if you done kind of went off trajectory, if you kind of lost your mind a little bit, if you weren't raised properly, if you ain't see the proper things in your life, we here for you. Okay, we're gonna do some good loving, and we're gonna do some tough love. Everything gonna be nice and sugar coated, even though we do our best, the best we can to make sure it's a little sugar coated, put some honey and some sugar on that. But if you don't understand it the first time, or the right time, or the good time, then sometimes we're gonna have to hit you upside the head with that information. What's going on, my brother DJ Smoke mixtapes? Man, I need to drop some of my mixtapes with you as well, too. I do, before I even get to the main topic I want to get to, y'all, I want to review what happened yesterday with Fatty and that sister Stacy, because it's ironic that we have a lot of sisters that profess that they start learning about the behaviors of a lot of women when they encounter women or have relationships with women, but they really ain't changed at all. And that happens with the godly women. That happens with the married women. That happens with the psychological woman, with the career woman, with the bad woman, with the good woman. A lot of sisters say they actually have found their intuition or had an epiphany to be a better woman. And now they understand what their mistakes were and what they were doing and what their downfalls were when they were younger. But do a lot of sisters actually really change? And that's the conversation we were having yesterday as well, too. When women are young, they're looking to have a good time, and they're looking for a man that makes them feel good versus a man who's good for them. And when a lot of these sisters get older, they look for the brothers that are good for them versus the brothers that actually make them feel good. So a lot of times I'll say this: if when you got your woman, and no disrespect to nobody, when you got your woman, it wasn't when she was young, and it wasn't when she gave you her youth. A lot of times these sisters are settling, and they're looking to rebrand, they're looking for the repackage, they're looking to change their life around by experiencing or getting the support or commitment from a good man so they look good. It don't mean they changed. It don't mean they did any work. It don't mean that they actually spent time to improve the type of person they are. It typically means this woman wants to get next to the Bible, wants to get next to the congregation, wants to get next to the preacher, wants to get next to a therapist, want to get next to other good people just so they can look good. And y'all can correct me. But again, a lot of women are using brothers as fillers for temporary relationships, temporary relief, or a good time, just so they can pass time. It doesn't mean they're going to keep you, because I'm going to tell y'all this again. When a sister doesn't have that much money, when a sister is struggling, when a sister is trying to make ends meet, she typically will use the support of a brother, and she'll make connections with a man to come up or to build. But once that sister actually makes enough money, once that sister actually becomes a millionaire, if that sister ever hits the lottery, most of them sisters are getting rid of the man that's next to them. And y'all see what happened a lot of times when these sisters get in shape, and they were big women, and there was a guy that was holding them down while they was big, and while they didn't have their best body, Soon as they get that body together, they end up getting rid of that man and getting another man as well too. If they ever get a man at all, they'll use that body as marketing to get the resources and to improve their reputation as well too. So be mindful of what you see, be mindful of your interactions, be mindful of the things that you learn. And we shouldn't have no problems telling each other the truth, especially when sisters are asking for the truth and they're asking brothers to communicate. My sister Summer, women inevitably change. They have no other choice because of our hormones. If you choose to be with a young lady, be prepared for changing. It will take a lot of adjustment and patience. Man, that's very ironic to what y'all typically say. You say that y'all may have mood changes. Y'all may have y'all periods. Y'all may have y'all up and downs, y'all emotional roller coasters. You may have your PTSD, your trauma that we have to help you get through. Work through it with you. But y'all are changing now. I thought y'all were gonna stay the same, just like y'all expected us to supposedly stay the same, even though y'all always want us to change. But it's typically our finances, and it's typically the way that we produce. It ain't about us being a better man. It ain't about us being righteous men or more godly. It's typically a man that's improving his status, his resources, his production, so it can help you out just a little bit more. Because I'm ready for y'all to make changes as well too. If you're gonna change, so if you're gonna change, make sure you change for the better. Make sure I can feel this change. Make sure this change is for the benefit of Ali as well too. Okay, my brother is the sponsor of the show. Currently, hit us with $2. The term is in between. Igga, learn this in 2020. Oh man. Well, whatever term it is, brother, we know that whatever that is, we taking them to the next phase of their life, or we taking them to the next stage of their life. All right. We have some people coming up later, man. Especially if y'all would like to join. If anybody would like to join, y'all let me know as well too. But I'm gonna review this part of our show yesterday, and then I'm gonna show you a video of this same sister, which is very ironic. Every time we have these experiences with our sisters, especially the sisters who said they changed, especially the sisters who say they grew, especially the sisters who say they got it together. Every time we have these encounters, you always show us how you really didn't change. So some of y'all can talk all that y'all changed stuff, but a lot of y'all never really changed. Most of us always stayed the same person. That's all. We just change our environments. We change our jobs. We change maybe some of the people we were around, but most of us typically are usually the same person, especially depending on who you was in middle school and high school. You end up the same person typically for the rest of your life. All right. So let's get it going, man. Let's get it going. I want to share something else, but I don't know where I put that, but let's get it going, man. And so we can move on with the main topic. Okay. But we got to go over this.
Give sexual access to a man faster than a woman that is actually single.
Mm-hmm. So this married woman is giving access to her husband faster. Like she's not out there being married,
man,
giving
to another man, not to her husband, to another man.
So she's married, but she's out there giving herself to other men. Is the scenario?
Yes.
Wow. Well, that's a lot of layers there, but I would have to say, like, why really? If she's married, is she out there giving herself to other men instead of just like nurturing the marriage, or just saying, I can't do it anymore and go head on? So it's kind of like, a cowardly type thing to do, really.
I think it's just life. People want their cake and eat it too. They want stability and security and companionship and a 401k and life insurance and health insurance, and they want to have fun too.
Really?
Are there married women here?
Any married woman here? I'm divorced.
And Chris is married.
You're married?
Why did you ask that for a reason, Stacey?
Yeah, because if there weren't any married women here, this conversation would be pointless, right?
No, we can talk about the moon without being astronauts.
Nah, I don't want to talk about German economics if I'm not German.
But we do it all the time.
You know what it is? I'm a professional.
It's very ironic too that a lot of sisters will claim to not wanting to talk about marriage when it's convenient if there's no women on the panel, which most women love talking about marriage. But obviously, I'm still not sure what rubbed her the wrong way. I don't know if she felt like this was going to discredit the sisters who weren't married, and that's what the conversation was pertaining to, or if it was going to get men to not want to see marriage as benefit. If when men get married, this type of behaviors, you'll have your woman demonstrate. We had my brother Crip Jesus later on, the brother who previously in different shows, and don't ever tell us we don't go hard on brothers. Please don't ever tell us we don't go hard on brothers. Because everybody took turns ripping that brother apart. And we got love for my brother Crip Jesus, but you can't on one show promote marriage and on the next show say that you was helping a woman who was married cheat with you while you cheating with a woman you was with in a relationship with at the same time. And not only did you cheat with her while she was with her husband, but you was cheating with him, cheating with her before she even got married with her husband. So again, there's a lot of brothers out here claiming to be him. There's a lot of brothers out here claiming that they don't got no problems with women because they dealing with those women, or they want your woman. So they want you to take care of her. They want you to finance her life and support her. They want y'all to make sure you take care of this woman permanently for the rest of her life, while they occasionally get to have sex with her. Now make that make sense. I'm going to let another brother, or not knowingly, I have my woman, somebody else is having sex with her while I'm taking care of her. What kind of fool is going to do that? But again, you can't promote marriage and then turn around and cheat with a married woman, my brother. That ain't gonna make sense. But my sister, obviously, something bothered her. She became offended by this conversation because we talking about married women and their behaviors and the type of behaviors they address, either because it would keep women from wanting to get married, or what I believe is it would keep brothers from possibly wanting to be married, because we're watching what realistically what happens in certain marriages. Happy Sunday, my brother, to you, man. Or is that sister? Yeah, people be getting on me, but sometimes I don't understand I can't see the avatar sometimes from my side when I'm on the computer. I think that's a brother. Much love from you. I think, is that from New Zealand? Much love from you. I love seeing people from everywhere, man, being on the show. And why so serious? Much love to you, my brother. Ali, I want to apologize for the other day if I disrespected your platform. I'm not sure what you did. Why so serious? If you did, I feel like I would have felt it even more. But nah, I don't think you disrespected my platform, my brother. In truth, I got you, my brother. You already know what time it is. Anybody can always come up for the conversation, for the smoke, to provide information, or even be able to change other people's perspective or minds as well too. We are solution based as possible as we can be. Sometimes people want to come up here to embarrass you or want to get embarrassed, and usually it's going to be you getting embarrassed if you come up here acting a fool. But we love people to come up here and have a conversation as well too. But y'all know what time it is, man. Y'all know what we about and what we really trying to push, especially on my channel.
These memories will stay with me.
That's what I'm ultimately trying to push, man. Men and women coming together. So you are rarely, and it's almost impossible for us to talk down on good brothers and good sisters. We're typically addressing the behaviors that keep us away from each other. And the brothers that come to this channel, the sisters that come to this channel, they know exactly what our mission are. They watch who we talking to, and they watch who we typically elevate and who we typically bomb on. And rarely do we give you a negative energy, a bad response if you come up here in good faith and you come up here as a respectable man and woman as well too. So again, I told people this before. It don't matter if you're 2 years old, 20 years old, 30 years old, 100 years old. If you come up here on this platform and you disrespect someone, they have the right to meet you with the same energy. And I may not support it. I may not want that. I may want it to go different, but on this channel, we show exactly what happens in real life that'll happen on these panels. And we'll watch how people conduct themselves and how they have these conversations in real time. And we get to watch how it plays out, whether it's the way we wanted to play out or whether it's the way we don't want it to play out. But at least it's a realistic perspective on what happens. And then we get to narrate and speak on exactly what happened to be as solution-based as possible, man. My sister, Karen, I thought you had smoke with me. You never pulled up. I didn't know the mission. Thanks for letting me know. Oh, Lord, Karen, really? Y'all really don't know what I'm about, or at least what we about, how much we watch it, at least, especially what I'm about. You know, I don't want to always speak for everybody else, but if you're watching the conversations we're having, it's typically solution-based conversations, and it's ideally set for us to get to the core reasons of why we're having these problems. And we used to want to keep it neutral, but when we keep it neutral, a lot of the sisters get to play around with words. A lot of sisters get to make it subjective instead of addressing the core issues. So we got to start pointing fingers at exactly where the issues are happening. And if y'all are supporting it just as much as we supporting it, there's no problem with telling the truth, especially when sisters are asking for the truth, right? We shouldn't have no problems, right? But again, man, much love to the people that's in the building. Please like and subscribe. Please hit the share button at the bottom of the screen. It helps me in the YouTube universe, and it helps other people know that we live, and it helps the algorithm as well too. All right, so much love always to y'all, man, from the
Untouchable Empire, baby.
No minder of my own business, so it's like unless it concerns me, affects me, or pays me.
Yeah, but that's the point, because aren't you like a podcaster, like a professional, like you a radio personality?
I have people on to talk about money and relationships and things that matter things that I can relate to. Again, I'm not gonna.
And she already lied. She says she has conversations about relationships, which means it could be people actual in marriages or people in relationships who are unmarried. So she's looking up in the sky instead of having an honest and good faith conversation, and she started lying. And for some reason, she's posting on Fatty's post. She's still messaging me as well too. I'm trying to understand what her intention is and where she's coming from. But she has conversations with. She's try to start to talk about money, knowing daggone well majority of her podcast is not discussing money. Most people are not coming over there to learn about finances. It's discussing men and women and relationships. That's why she was invited to have the conversation. Now all of a sudden, she doesn't think we should be able to have the conversation because there's no married woman on the panel. But what's funny is Chris is a married woman on the panel, so maybe that was missed. But Chris is a married woman on the panel, so maybe I don't know why that wasn't divulged. But we should be able to have a conversation. If married people can talk about single people and what they're going through and relationships, then people who are single are more than it's more than fair for single people to be able to talk about people in marriages, especially if you're going to get married as well too. So that becomes a bad faith conversation, trying to pigeonhole a conversation by saying, oh, well, if there's black people in the conversation and ain't no white people in the conversation, we talk about white people, then we should be able to talk about white people. If you've never been to the universe, we shouldn't be able to talk about stars. If you never swam in the ocean, you shouldn't be able to talk about whales. Like, it becomes a bad faith conversation. And again, I don't know why she wanted to derail from that or take away from that or not be able to have a conversation, but obviously she became offended by it.
I don't get online just asking, are married men more likely to cheat than single men? Because I've never been a single man or a single woman. I mean,
sure, you talk about men before without being a man, right?
No, I ask men their opinion on men, and I'll tell my.
So you never commented on the DD situation. You never commented on the pop culture topics. If I go to your page or to your show and I listen long enough, I will never catch you talking about like random stuff that has nothing to do with you.
Correct. Recently, there's a clip on my page where somebody asked me what was my opinion on the whole. I think it was like Cardi B versus Nicki situation. I'm like, I've never been a millionaire rapper. Why would I care? I don't have an opinion on this because I've never been there.
So you wouldn't have an opinion, for example, on Nicki leaving Offset just to get with Stefan Diggs that probably doing even dirtier? Like you don't have opinion about that?
No, I don't care. I don't care about Nicki. I don't care about Offset. I don't care about none of these people. And I've never been in rooms with these people, nor do I want to be in rooms.
So you're only going to answer to topics that are more of a single type of way because you are a single woman. So you know.
I never said I was single. No, I never said that now. My partner is right across from this laptop.
So you have a boyfriend?
What is a part? Like, y'all, I'm asking the sisters, when y'all say a man is your partner, which a lot of men are offended by that, but we'll keep that to ourselves sometimes so we don't offend our sisters because they be saying some equal neutral words as if we the same. But when someone says partner, don't that typically mean that they're married? And then Fatty's gonna ask if you have a boyfriend. So yeah, I'll even give you enough grace to say if you got a partner, you may be in a relationship. But if you have a partner, doesn't it typically mean you either married or in a relationship? Can anybody else tell me that? Man.
I know. My partner is right across from this laptop.
So you have a boyfriend?
I didn't say that either.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh
Hey.
Hey. Oh my God. Took the glass shades off, goddamn.
Okay.
Shades off of it.
That's interesting. So I will say this, right?
What?
I'm not a married man, but I'm an observer of men.
Of married men?
Huh?
Of married.
On that note, let's see what my sister talks about. Let's see what this sister talks about, because it's a lot of times when sisters want to talk about things they don't have nothing to do with. It's very telling about what you actually will want to have a conversation about, because the sister has a partner in front of her, but she can't tell you whether she married or have a boyfriend. But then she won't speak on relationships. Well, what do you actually speak on then if you don't speak on relationships? Let's see what she speaks on, man. Let's see what our sister speak on. Maybe it's something healthy and good for the people. You know, maybe we missing something. Maybe she speaks on something that's even better than the type of conversations we have.
And there's like a dick sucking contest happening, and then they had a squirt contest. I mean, Miami now I feel like it's different than Miami before the pandemic, so it's cool now. But Miami before 2020,
crazy. And what do you mean anything?
Anything goes.
Like, specific. Yeah, like obviously, if you get real rare, then we'll go tomorrow.
Once my girlfriend and I went to a party in Miami. It was a pool party. That's all they advertised it as, was a pool party. When we got to the pool party, I mean, we're walking in, and there's like a fucking contest.
Oh my God! How much a flash?
So they she's having a conversation about her walking into a party with her it could have been a woman that was in front of her partner. Hey Karen, that's why you said not a man. So she's having conversations about relationships or men, but she don't want to have a conversation about married men. But then she's a gay woman. So if she dealt with women and men, but now she's dealing with a woman, she's a lesbian. Why is she sitting around with men having conversations about lesbians, walking into a party where they having a dick sucking contest? Shouldn't she been sitting in the room with a bunch of lesbians having conversations about other lesbians? Why would she sit in the room with men who either are gay, which I don't think they're gay, but with straight men having the conversations about what lesbians are doing? Okay, that's one. Let's see what else she talked about. I'm just going right now too. Let me see.
All my London girlies out there, set your price. Because a man has to meet you wherever your price is. Set your price. Decide what that looks like for you.
No, I'm good.
Right.
She set her price low. She's up now, though.
All the single London girlies, set your price today. If you decide that the minimum a guy has to do to take you out is he got to spend at least a stack $1,000 on a date, set your price now.
Yeah, but say it to London.
So now she's telling straight women to set a price with men. And she's telling these women possibly to be gold diggers as well too. Make sure you set a price for your submission. Make sure you set a price for your beauty. Make sure you set a price for that box. But she's a lesbian. or she's bisexual, but apparently she's having conversations, these type of conversations, but she couldn't have a conversation about married women yesterday, but she can have a conversation about lesbians, watching dick sucking contests. Sit down. That's my dog, by the way. That ain't my kids. Because y'all think I'm getting on my kids. But then she's having conversations about women setting their price. Just think about that. Oh, she said $1,000. $1,000. Set your price at $1,000 for what? An interaction, for a conversation? What is the $1,000 for?
London
London.
limits.
Set it to whatever.
Because
you feel like
also, you have to put. There's a caveat to that because you're freakier than them.
all my London girlies out.
All right, let's see. What's the next? Now watch. This is the one. This video right here is a video that y'all might have saw because it went viral. But again, why are you giving advice to men and you're not a man? Why are you telling women to set a price on their vagina when you may be a lesbian? Why are you having conversations about dick sucking contests when people ain't even going into those type of events? Like, why are you speaking on things that other people shouldn't be speaking on? If you're telling somebody they shouldn't speak on something if they never been through it as well too, you giving advice to people that you should be giving advice to. But watch this video.
Because I've dated men and I've dated women. After having a serious girlfriend, I've literally reached out to exes and apologized to them because
I love that.
I saw the worst version of myself.
That.
Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Like, you're over here and I'm just trying to
it.
get dressed. Because I've dated men and I've dated women. After having a serious girlfriend, I've literally reached out to exes and apologized to them because I saw the worst version of myself.
That.
Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Like, you're over here and I'm just trying to get dressed.
Yo, she's speaking crazy about men. She's speaking crazy about women. She's telling men that she understands your perspective now that she dated a woman and she understands what men are going through. Why didn't put Fatty and us through what you put us through yesterday? Why take us to a low vibrational place to where you get offended and try to emasculate a brother and question his manhood because he's talking about marriage? And then you get offended and play victim when he tells you something about yourself that may not be true, but he wants you to feel like what it was when you try to mischaracterize him. So he mischaracterized you as well too. And this is a lot of times, again, a lot of sisters like this want to act like a man, move like a man, deal with the women like a man as well too. That's another thing they don't talk to you about. A lot of gay women or studs who want to interact with women to prove that they're a man. They want to prove that they can get a woman as well too and do things to women that they believe that men can't, even though we have different body parts, right? And different tools we can use that you can't use. That's why you got to get strap-ons a lot of times. But how are you telling us you can't have a conversation on relationships when you giving advice on relationships and you doing things that we don't even do? Why are you giving us advice on what we should do in relationships if you say you wouldn't speak on those relationships or those type of relationships? So again, I don't know if she's bisexual. No, she's bisexual. She got to be bisexual, I think. But again, all I know from her, these last videos, is that she's definitely a lesbian. So why are you giving men advice? Why are you giving heterosexuals advice if you're a lesbian woman? Please tell us that, ma'am.
Well done.
And let's see what this one is about.
But now you can walk into a high school and blend in.
Yo,
Yo,
she got jokes. High school is crazy. Why you couldn't say a college?
Nah,
No, for a high school.
You could be a senior. That's
A
a
senior?
Bruh. No,
A senior.
you could be class.
Oh, I could be a senior in high school right now.
You still look like a kid. But now you can walk into a high school and blend in.
Yo,
I don't know about that one.
What gets wetter the more it dries?
Trying to throw me off.
What gets wetter the more it dries? Do 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 do. How long does he give the girl a shot?
Thank you. Bro.
No, he definitely does.
Thank you.
I definitely feel like I had, because I did it. I feel like I had a calm 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Rag, a towel,
You got it.
something.
Right in the nick of like a towel, yeah. Because I feel like you have these. Like, I feel like you have a book with just fucking.
Let me see one more. Let's see
a
this
couple
one.
years, you're gonna buy me a Birkin bag because now today on camera, what is today's date? Somebody, what's today's date? January what?
22nd.
January 22nd. So in a couple years, you're gonna buy me a Birkin bag. You're gonna fill it with cash because you said there's nothing that you won't buy.
For
so,
what?
Just for shits and giggles.
A Birkin bag?
Yeah.
Nah.
All right. So let's just keep going now that we have that on camera.
Nah, I
I'm
feel
just gonna leave that
that's
there.
stupid. I'm not gonna lie. A Birkin
No, you
bag,
said there's not. You already.
I'm not
we
gonna lie.
already
A bag
agreed.
for $90,000 might be a little insane. I'm not gonna lie. That's
You said
kind of
there's
crazy.
nothing. See,
That is kind of crazy.
This is what I mean with men. You just can't hold them at their word.
That is kind of crazy.
They just switch up.
If it's you, I'll do it for you.
Well, I said
but in the
me.
back of my head, that's
I
kind
didn't
of
say
crazy.
us. I said me.
That's kind of crazy.
And again, she makes that distinction again that now all of a sudden man can't hold a word. But you said when you dated woman, you understood a man's perspective and what he encountered when he dealt with women. But again, most of these women who move like this is typically outside. Most of these women who typically outside are opportunists. And because a lot of these women who move like this are opportunists, a lot of these women are bisexual and they'll play with both sides. And then we call them trisexuals because no matter if they straight, no matter if they bi, they try to have relationships with men and women and they can't keep either one of them. Shouldn't you, if you such a wonderful woman, shouldn't you be able to keep a relationship with either a man or a woman if you have access now to two genders? Why is it that a lot of the lesbians, when we look at the data as well too, have even worse interactions, even more violent relationships, even a higher marriage rate than everybody else, if the woman is supposed to be the best, the prize in both genders? And I'm not taking away from women who are actually the prize. We love our women, we cherish our women, we value our women, especially if they're good women. But if the woman is the prize, and if this type of woman is dealing with men and women, and she still can't keep a man or woman, who ultimately is the problem in the majority of these relationships? Man, but let's see how this progresses, man. All right, we just went down a little bit of a rabbit hole of what she's talking about. And again, is this a marriageable woman? Is this a desirable woman for most men to want to be with and want to support brothers with? Is this the type of woman you want to support and finance and live the rest of your life with? Or she moves this type of way. She moves sexual. She emasculates men. She wants to talk down on women as well too. It sounds like the queen makers, because the queen maker moves just like this. She'll say men are incapable of love, but then she'll call women evil. She'll talk bad about men and women. And when she had an interaction with a woman, has countless videos giving perspectives on her interactions with women as well too, because she dealt with women. And I think I got one on here because I always keep it handy, especially if she ever decides to pull up again. We got it ready for her. But I think I got it on here. I might have got rid of it, man. Hold on, y'all. Let me see something real quick. Oh,
when it comes to a woman, you can damn near do everything that she wants and she still ain't happy. It's still not enough. Ma'am, we're both women. And if you think that because you have a vagina that I'm supposed to treat you like a simp would treat you, you got me twisted, right? So women are actually looking for a woman in a male frame because the reality is women just like sleeping with men. They don't actually like men.
Here I come. Oh, here I come. Oh.
I've gotten women to see how terrible they are as friends, as relationship partners. Women are terrible relationship partners.
Shit. Got your ass.
And y'all can't make none of this up, yo. I'm telling y'all can't make none of this up because women get to live in la la land and women get to live in reality based on their feelings, based on their convenience, based on when they feel like doing it. You can't make this stuff up. Like this sister went on a shooting spree or killing spree on brothers denouncing brothers, humiliating brothers, discrediting brothers, say we are incapable of love. And then soon as she had a relationship with a woman, which we already knew she knew before that, you can do anything you want. You can't make these women happy. You can do anything you want. If y'all both, if you think she gonna be a simp for a woman just because she got a vagina, you must be crazy. What else she said, y'all? Oh, women are looking for a woman in a male body. Women just like sleeping with men. Women don't actually like men. And who said that? Ali said that. Remember, Ali said that. And I'm gonna keep telling y'all, most of these women don't like men. They don't like them. Otherwise, they commit to them. Otherwise, they'd be loyal to them. Otherwise, they'd stay with the guy that they like, or they stay with the guy they don't like. But both those guys don't get loyalty. So she said women like sleeping with men. They don't like them though. They just like sleeping with them. They don't like them. And then she said, I've gotten women to see how terrible they are as friends, how terrible they are as relationship partners. And she doubled down on it while she dressed like a stud, y'all. Or a beta male.
Are you close to your father? Not really. Does he even return your call? How?
She's saying all that, and sisters still go to her page. She still got a cult following. She's dressed like a man, but women will listen to a woman dressed like a man, but won't listen to her actual man. Y'all can't make it up. Shout out to my brother 30K, who's the sponsor of the show, with $9. The way they repackage and rebrand themselves is like building a plane in flight as it's crashing. Oh my God. And then my brother said again with a $2 super chat, Queen Maker, who hurt you, Queen Maker? Who hurt you? Again, shout out to my brother 30K for being the sponsor of the show. Y'all, we got 100 people in the building. Please like, please subscribe, and please hit the share button at the bottom of your screen, man. Don't forget to help us with our membership goals. Don't forget to help us with our super chat goals. And don't forget to hit the cash out.
Like the video, hit subscribe, and show love to Ali at $Ilkan.
And y'all, I'm going to take y'all all the way to the debate we have today with my brother Stacey Prince and Poppy Chulo. I don't know if y'all know about it. Today at 5 o'clock, me and Fatty will be moderating the debate between my brother Stacey Prince and Poppy Chulo. That's going to be a crazy one, y'all.
It's going to be a crazy one. It's a lot of battles on this card, and it's going to be your favorite one.
Had a conversation, we thought, but she couldn't have a conversation about married people because she don't speak on relationships, right? And now it might, hey y'all, it might be make sense now. Her partner was a lesbian that was sitting in front of her, and maybe it was going to be offensive for her to speak about men in front of her. She might have got offended about that, speaking about marriages and speaking about what men would do or what they wouldn't do because she was sitting in front of a lesbian. That could make sense. Now maybe I can understand where she was coming from, you know, even though that relationship probably not going to work. Because her other relationship didn't work. And she already told us when she doubled down, just like the Queen Maker keep dealing with women, but they say they'll call the women evil. They'll tell you that they understand what brothers are going through. They know through data that those relationships are less likely to work, but they'll go right back and date a woman instead of dealing with a man, y'all. Make that make sense. If the possibility of your relationship working is less if you deal with a woman, why are you still mischaracterizing and talking bad about men? Why aren't you talking bad about women more so than you talking bad about men? That's where most of the relationships are not working. So you'd rather double down after you found out what type of interactions and relationships you would have with women instead of going back to men, y'all. Again, women, a lot of these women hate men more than they love women. My sister Tabitha becoming the first member of the show. Y'all, we need 19 more members. Thank you, my sister. I've been watching you, my sister. You've been a great supporter, great donator as well, too. I truly appreciate you for supporting us. Always seeing you on the show. on different channels, whether you're on Fatty channel, whether you're on my channel. I truly appreciate it. Thank you so much for becoming a member, my sister. And then my brother Greg Biggs, it's good to see you, my brother. I think you came over here from Stacey Prince as well too. Shout out to Stacey Prince and Fatty. Greg Biggs becomes the sponsor of the show with $20. Shout out to Stacey Prince and Fatty and Ali. Much love to you. My brother has become the sponsor of the show with $20. And again, y'all, that's going to be a crazy debate today. All right. I'm waiting. I can't wait to watch that debate. I gotta go get me some food. Gotta go get me some popcorn too, right before that start as well too, if I got time. Or I might just order some pizza over here. But again, y'all, at 5 o'clock today, we will be having the debate with Stacey Prince and the brother Papi Chulo. All right.
Yes, observer means you open your eyes and but I'm an observer of men.
Of married men.
Huh?
Of married men.
Yes, observer means you open your eyes and you look around and see what's happening around.
And you're looking around at married men.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, whatever you into. Listen, love is love, right? This is age.
That's a shot. That's a shot. She's calling them gay without calling them gay. Oh, you observing man? Oh, you watching man? Oh, you in the bushes watching them? Hey, love is love, baby. You know, love is love. Yeah, that's a shot. That's a direct shot at the brother's manhood. I didn't even see this, the part I didn't see. All right, I went to the restroom, you know, because I said, what the world happened, man? I went for 1 minute, came back, or maybe 2,000 years later, you know, maybe it was 2,000 years later when I came back. Hold on, y'all, I got to refresh real quick because my buttons ain't popping up. Hold on real quick. Yeah, she took shots. She took multiple. Y'all can hear me. I'm good, right? Let me see. Let me make sure I'm good before I start talking. Y'all can't hear me. Okay, we good. She took multiple shots at my brother, Fatty, before he ever said nothing at her. And he wanted to make sure she doubled down on it, tripled down on it, quadrupled down on it.
Judgment-free zone. And married men.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, whatever you into. Listen, love is love, right? This is a judgment-free zone.
Of course. That's why we're never going to judge you for the train that you got run on you when you went to Jamaica.
Oh, my
God. Here's the thing.
No, love is love. No, we don't.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
You said train.
And I'm telling y'all, I'm going to tell y'all this. Women love the men who challenge them, but they hate them too. Women love the men who hold them accountable, but they hate them too. But I swear they love them. They'll stay with the men who don't hold them accountable, who enable them, who let them get away with what they want, but they really don't respect those men. But they hate these brothers' guts, but they really respect them. Look at her. She having a great time now. She not used to somebody pushing back. She not used to somebody challenging her, and she not used to somebody coming at her this way. After she said what she want to say, most of these sisters say what they want to say, and brothers would let them get away with it. But see, they got incredible hope. We got a brother named Fatty, man. He don't be letting the sisters get away with this stuff. And see, a lot of times y'all be saying, oh, Ali, people be saying stuff, why you let them get away with it? Me and Fatty have different strategies on how we handle these situations. Sometimes I'll play bad cop, he play good cop, or he play bad cop, good cop. But there's a method to our madness as well, too. But once you take that shot, you cannot say how a person can respond back to you. Once you disrespect somebody, once you go to their manhood, you cannot respond. You cannot tell somebody how they should respond back to you. What that say back there? Happy birthday. She got some flowers. Boy, there's some small flowers, man. And that's another thing. See, let me show y'all something. See, when y'all date women, you get balloons like that. And I ain't no disrespect to none of y'all. Let me see my lady. What kind of balloons I got for my lady? Let me see y'all. Y'all see them little balloons in the back? And no disrespect to anybody buying little balloons for their lady, all right? See my balloons. Look at them balloons. These are my balloons right here. See, look. These are my balloons right here. See, they look at me. Look at them balloons. Look at them balloons in the back with Stacy. That's crazy. But again, she went at her manhood. She went at his manhood. And if you have the right that if you disrespect somebody, you cannot say how they respond to you back in disrespect. Where's my button at? Okay, there you go. If I can find it.
No, no, we don't.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
You said train?
No. Listen.
No.
Intellectually low.
No, we don't need to do the low or the high. If you are going to question my sexuality without no evidence, I can question how you give your coochie away every time your husband is not watching. Okay?
What did I ask you?
I will ask you to lower your tone so I can actually conduct my show.
I'm not doing a motherfucking thing, because if you have to resort to solo, that you resort to first of all, if I was running a train in Jamaica, it would be me, your daddy, and your mom. Okay,
of course. Thank you for entertaining the senior citizens.
Just because you are this big, do not take out those frustrations here, because that has nothing to do with me, sweetheart.
And again, a lot of you sisters want to be men. A lot of you sisters want to have these tough conversations. A lot of you sisters think that y'all got tough skin. Soon as somebody responds back to you, soon as you get the same energy you putting out, you want to play victim. That's the thing. If you want to have these conversations, if you want to throw shots, don't be mad when somebody throws shots at you and become a victim.
You're a victim.
Be as tough as you say you are. Be as strong as independent as you say you are, and have a conversation. Don't go running anywhere. Don't be rage quitting. Don't be running off and claiming that somebody did to you and somebody hurt you. Stay here with that same energy and have the conversation, because you went to the brother's manhood. You said this is a no judgment free zone. You said love is love. And then he said, hey, you had that threesome in Jamaica. And you started busting out laughing. If you're going to throw the shot, take a shot. There's a lot of people who can dish it, but there's a lot of people who can't take it. She lost her mind.
Not small.
If I hurt your feelings,
I'm not small. Your coochie is loose.
Don't resort.
It's your coochie that is big. It's not me that is small. Your coochie is big.
If I hurt your feelings, say that.
Oh shit! No,
that,
you didn't hurt my feelings.
If I bruise your ego, say that.
So no,
but don't make things up. Don't make things up. Like, we've done this. This is a tried and we've done this.
Stacy, he didn't make the. Hey y'all, Stacy is literally still commenting on Fatty's post. She literally came to my DMs and said, "What's his number so I can still cuss him out?" And I said, "Why go about it that way? Like, why you still trying to cuss him out for calling him gay? You went in his manhood. He responded back to you intentionally in bad faith and made up something the same way you was making up he was gay. So he tried to show you what it felt like for mischaracterizing him, and then he mischaracterized you. And instead of going, you know what, my bad, you know that accountability we be talking about, instead of saying my bad, you won't accept you wrong because you're not used to being wrong, because you're not used to brothers telling you wrong. But how does it feel to be wrong?
How I feel to be wrong? Huh? How I feel to know you wrong? It's okay. I'm wrong all the time. This is just your first time experiencing. You wrong now. So you want to talk about it? Okay.
My sister, Summer. And hey, how you doing, Rose? Hopefully everything's we moving on, Rose. So everybody's still brothers and sisters. You know we love you, Rose. She called him. She questioned his manhood when he said he's observing married men. She said, "Oh, you watching married men? Oh, you watching them? You watching married men?" Well, hey, this is a no judgment free zone. Love is love. She went at the brother's manhood. She basically was calling him gay. So he said, "Okay, how was that threesome that you had in Jamaica?" And then instead of saying my bad, I shouldn't have thrown that shot. She said, "Hey, you know you got a little pee-pee too. You know they got to go to the little pee-pee. They always got to go to the little pee-pee. It wasn't a little pee-pee when it got you pregnant. It wasn't a little pee-pee when it was beating your back out, but now it's a little pee-pee now that you're mad."
Oh man, hey.
And all this had to take was accountability, y'all. And this is what we mean about emasculation in public, if men say something to women, they will get castrated and disrespected by other men and women for disrespecting a woman in public. Even if she's wrong, men will come to support her. But when a woman disrespects a man in public, it could be his woman, it could be a wife, it could be a woman he don't know. Nobody really gonna say nothing, and people gonna laugh at it. People gonna think it's a joke. People gonna think it's entertaining. But a lot of times when a man gets disrespected, ain't nobody gonna say nothing about it, and y'all know it. And I keep telling y'all, we can't fat shame, we can't gay shame, we can't ignorant shame, we can't thought shame, we can't slut shame, we can't LGBT shame. But sisters and men in society can shame men every single day into being the type of man that they want, and that's a beta male. Shout out to my beta males, my
Beta
brothers.
male. Are you close to your father? Not really. Does he even return your call? How?
Oh shit! But here we go. I think my sister gonna apologize, right?
Try something else. Say something
Okay,
else.
so now that
Say
we
something you
got
can
this,
verify.
okay, so now that we got these out of the way, right?
We didn't get anything out of the way. I'm still waiting on you to say something you can verify and say it right now.
So didn't you imply that I was gay?
No, you implied that.
So
I asked you a question and I said, love is love.
okay, totally fair. So you didn't say we are no judgment-free zone. You are into what you are into. When I say I'm an observer of married men, meaning that I look around and I see how they move.
Hey, Rose, if you won't smoke about beta males, you can hit. I'll drop the link. Yes, a beta man is not a real
Beta male. Are you close to your father? Not really. Does he even return your call? How?
And no, listen, I know there's alphas and there's betas. I'm being joking. The beta man is the one that tolerates the disrespect from men and women, and it's the men who dirty. I'm gonna tell you what my beta male is. It's the men who dirty mac and disrespect brothers to look good in front of women. That's the beta male, not the beta male that's not at the same level as the alpha male. I think beta males are strong men and alpha males are strong men as well too. You know how we can sometimes differentiate the actual alpha male from other beta males that follow the alpha male. And I don't think that makes you weak for following the man who may be the strongest in the pack. The actual beta male who men look at as betas are the men who are disrespectful to men just to look good in front of women, are the men who tolerate disrespect and being a pushover and being run over by men and women just so they look good in society. That's all I'm saying. It's the opportunist. It's the backstabber. So it's not the actual man who may not be as tall as another man, be as strong as another man, be as handsome as another man, isn't as capable as leading as the alpha. It's the man who's extremely detrimental to the family fabric, who's detrimental to men and women, who mischaracterize people blatantly, who are disrespectful, and who's hurting society and hurting men and women for lying and being opportunists that benefits himself, and is that backstabber they talking about on the OJ song. Them backstabbers, they lying in your face. That's what we talking about. All right. Let's keep going. And brothers, y'all will agree, right? Those are the beta males we talking about. We're not talking about the actual man who may not be as fit as another man or have the aesthetics as another man. That's all we saying. Well, you want to listen, sisters, if y'all got smoke, okay, sister 1, sister 2, if talking, you got smoke, bros, you got smoke, can, you got smoke, y'all can hit that link. I don't know if I seen talking. Have I ever seen you before? But y'all can hit the link if y'all want to hit the link early. We can start this early, okay? We can start at 5 and we can set it off like Queen Latifah. All right.
A confident man would have stood confidently in whatever it is that he is. But I guess,
and I did. But if you can speculate about sexuality, I can speculate about what you do with your asshole, right?
I hurt your feelings. I hurt your feelings, and now you are obsessed with my body and do your thing. It looks good. I feel it. Like the only thing you can come for is my body, and that's very typical of men. And it's very
no. It's not
like
just your body.
Like
is that no? It's not that. It's not that.
Yo, this sister. Let me show y'all what she said. Yo, let me hold on. Let me show y'all what she said. Hold on real quick, y'all. I'm writing somebody back real quick, y'all, for the show tomorrow. Let me show y'all what she said. All right. She said that little PP man is a burden on society. All right. Let me see. I know I saw somewhere. She said, little PP man, if she look what she would do if she was the president. Let me take this video down again, man. Shout out to the little PP man out there. And I ain't talking about like that. I'm saying the women that's emasculating y'all and hating on y'all, man. We feel your pain, my brother. They be disrespectful for no reason. You know, they don't want you to talk about their walls, but they be talking about the little peepees out here. But she said that if she was the president, she would get rid of the little peepee man. And she believes there's a burden. They're a burden on society. All right. I think that's cold-blooded. Watch this.
Small dicks are a burden on society, and they're a burden on themselves. They're angry, aggressive, and they're mean. And it's just like, I will never be a man with a small dick or even small dick energy, but I can only imagine how painful that is. And
that is hate, y'all. That is hate, man. That is finest right there, man.
Oh man, hate.
Hey, Jazz, little peepees need love too. Okay. Jazz, I know you're not about to say, but not from me. I hope that's not what you was about to say. Again, didn't y'all say it's not the size? No, hold on. Y'all tell me, y'all say it all the time. It's about the motion in the ocean, right? What is it? It's not the size of the prize, but the motion in the ocean. I don't know what y'all be saying. Y'all be saying some crazy stuff. Shout out to my sister Tabitha. She trying to resurrect Tukey with the mouth like that. Exactly, my sister. Shout out for the first donation in the Cash App. Much love to you, my sister, with the $5 Cash App.
Thank you for the $5. We were all born to be untouchable.
Oh, so okay, so Jazz, you talking about that's exactly what you was about to say, Jazz. Hate.
Oh man, hate.
Just be hating on the man. But she said if she was the president, she gonna dismantle the little peepee people.
If I ever run for president, which I can't because I wasn't born in this country, that's gonna be my plan. Men with small dicks are a burden on society, and they're a burden on themselves. So they're angry, aggressive, and they're mean. And it's just like, I will never be a man with a small dick or even small dick energy, but I can only imagine how painful that is. And if I ever run for president, which I can't because I wasn't born in this country, that's going to be my plan.
That's her plan, is to make the men with little peepees a burden. But is she going to make the women with big walls a burden? Women without tight vaginas, a big burden. Women with messed up coochie, a burden. Women with smelly vagina, a burden. Like, think about how much women can get away with saying about brothers and support it for actually shaming the brothers, man, about their pee-pee. And so y'all were going, so y'all call them beta men. Y'all saying y'all love the beta man, but y'all don't want the beta people.
Beta male. Are you close to your father? Not really. Does he even return your call? How?
Man. Hey, brothers, man. It's hard to make them happy, man. It's hard to make them happy. Maybe if y'all hadn't dealt with so many brothers, you wouldn't know what a little PP was. You ever thought about that? Maybe if you hadn't dealt with so many men and spent time with so many men, you wouldn't know what a little meat was. But I ain't gonna say nothing about that again. Much love to the 150 people in the building, y'all. Please make sure y'all like. Please make sure you subscribe. Please make sure you hit the share button at the bottom of the screen, y'all, so we can get out in the YouTube algorithm. Please help us reach help us with our membership goals. I think we got 19 more members we need, y'all. Just 19 more members. And then we need 95 in the Cash App to meet our goals. All right. I meant to shout out somebody, but I don't see him in the building. When I see him, I'll shout him out. But again, y'all, please like and subscribe. Please share. And again, I dropped the link. I saw people was too scared again to pull up. I thought y'all had that energy. But again, I'm gonna keep reviewing this part, and then I want to review the Cam Newton part as well too. And we're asking, are men in marriage just placeholders for a lot of these sisters? Let me know. Look, she's still doing the little pee-pee gesture.
Your body is that, for example, is that you post like a prostitute.
Oh man.
Respect.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I already know who you are. I already see it. Like, I hurt your feelings and I bruised your ego, and now you have to come to my body and do it. If that's all you can come for, then hey. Listen, I would too. If I was you, right? If I was you and I was looking at me, I would come for the physical too, because that's all you could say, right? You can't say nothing else.
I will never attack you for your body. I love BBLs. I'll never go for your body. I love fake bodies. I love BBLs. I'll never come for your body.
You are the walking definition of a man.
I love BBLs. Everybody knows here. I defend. If you are a woman that is bad built, go get the BBL like Stacy. I support it all around.
He told me. Your father explained to me in great detail that you weren't hugged enough as a child or fucked enough as an adult.
At least I know my father. Do you know yours?
Yeah. Whose house you think I'm in right now, boy?
It sounds like you have daddy issues.
No, you wish I did though. Like, that would be convenient for you. Like,
does your dad knows how you post on social? Does your dad knows how you post on social media?
Try something else.
No,
am I asking 5 seconds? I'm making you 5
seconds
you? To come up with a new idea.
No. Is your dad proud?
And I'm gonna ask y'all again. If Fatty would have just took her doing that, people would have said, "Oh, that's an honorable man. That's a masculine man." But nobody will come into question what she's doing as well. And the problem is society will call that being masculine right now. That's why we can't take away from this, and that's why we can't differentiate between a good woman and a bad woman for most of society, because the good woman and the bad woman can do this to a man whenever she feels like it. Is a lady supposed to conduct herself this way? Is a lady supposed to talk this way? Is a woman with a father supposed to act this way? Are you supposed to go at a brother this way? Are you supposed to treat a man like this way? And men are just supposed to just take it. Why isn't it when a woman throws a shot and disrespects a man that we don't come to the support of the brother and go, "Hey, you disrespected that brother, and we said he ain't got the right to put his hands on you, but he could disrespect you as much as he wants to now since you disrespected him." Like, what can men actually do outside of walking away? You have to walk away from a disrespectful woman, and you have to walk away from a disrespectful woman in your house as well too. Women can disrespect you. Women can put their hand on you. Women can talk to you crazy. Women can manipulate you. They can do whatever they want to you. But a man always has to walk away. Ain't that crazy? And women gonna learn by men walking away, right?
Oh my God!
It's crazy.
Is your dad proud of you posting like? Is your dad proud of this?
Come up with 3 new ones.
Is your dad proud of you posting like this?
Hey, is that a respectable woman? I'm asking the sisters. Should a woman that's posting pics like this, grinding on another woman with her breasts out, is that a respectable woman? If you were a mother and a father, would you want your daughter posting pictures like this, then try to discredit what a man and woman is based on how she feels, but she got pictures like this on her IG? Anybody? Should women be posting like this? Would you want your daughter to post like this if you were a father? Would you want your daughter to post like this if you were a mother? Anybody?
Sure is.
There's your dad. Is your dad proud of what you're doing?
You a hater.
Is your dad proud of you posting like this, you whore?
All right.
Oh man.
5 seconds starting now. Come up with a new, like a new zinger. I'm gonna give you 5 seconds, and in the 5 seconds until you come up with one, I'm gonna come up with 3 about you. Deal?
Okay.
5,
okay. So let me ask you
4,
something, right?
3,
let me ask you something.
2. I'm gonna give you 3 extra seconds because I'm a generous queen. 3, 2, 1. All right, damn. See, the thing.
Shut up, silly woman.
I ain't even gotta do too much to come for you because you look how you look and you sound how you sound. So you've lost enough, right? So all you can do is this. You struggling over here to get a W-2 to get some paper so you can come into the U.S. so you could meet real Americans.
I'm a European citizen. I have no.
So it's like you're in this situation where the only thing you can do is insult Black women, and that's sad for you. That's sad for you. That's really sad for you. And I wish I could go back in time and hug your mom so she could have hugged you, because you deserve hugs. little brown boy. You deserve hugs and love, and you deserve attention. So you don't have to grow up to be a man who's fighting for attention of women on the internet. You don't know. Like, you deserve hugs. And I want you to know that you are validated in all the spaces where you felt small, where women talked about you, where you were bullied, and women belittled you. I want you to know, as an advocate for little men, the Lord Farquhars of this nation, I want you to know I'm advocating for you and your spirit, your inner growth, not physical because you're so small, and maybe not like mental growth because you're real dumb, but like emotional growth. I feel like you can get there. I feel like you can get to that point. So you don't have to resort to this.
And I'm gonna tell y'all again, I ask the sisters this all the time. If a man was standing here disrespecting a woman in this manner, most men are gonna jump in, whether it's off these panels or off these panels, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on IG, whether it's on TikTok, whether it's real life. If a man is doing this, most of society would shame him. But when women do this, a man is expected to be quiet and the sisters are going to be quiet. Nobody's going to intervene. They're just going to let her go to work. They're going to let her go to town. They're going to let her disrespect them. And the sisters are going to talk about how women should be feminine and divine, but they're not going to stop a sister from being so-called masculine and go to town on disrespecting the brother. But we disrespect men and women should be feminine, and women should move like a woman. But watch, typically the sisters will, and I got love my sister Chris. I got love for Moonlight. I got love for most of the sisters that come on here and brothers who come on here. But I just want to demonstrate to y'all, when sisters get to disrespecting a brother and talking crazy, most of y'all remain silent. But y'all want men to respect you in general, but you don't ensure that women respect men in general. Just remember that.
Disgusting women's bodies when you feel small. You don't have to resort to disrespecting women because you don't agree with how they think. You don't have to resort to insulting women at the sake of getting views. Like, I hope that you get to a place where you don't have to do that. But the problem is your mother failed, your daddy failed, and then that condom failed. So they raised the failure. So now you are the living, walking, breathing embodiment of failure. You are failure incarnate. If I open the dictionary right now, failure has a giant picture next to you, which is why you had to reach out to me to come here and make this shit relevant. But you got it now. You had enough for me. So with this, your little whack ass, like whatever this is, whatever the fuck this is, baby, I'm already good. Like, you came to me, you needed my help. Like, this 45 and older platform that you got and you're struggling for, you came to me. You came to Big Dog for help, right? So next time, act like I took you out the kennel and tried to make you something good.
More like big bitch. More like big Poochie bitch. No, big dog, big Poochie bitch, big mouth bitch.
Is lost on brown people because this was charity. I was donating my vibes to you. I was donating my energy to you. And look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you.
When people acting crazy, you don't interrupt them. You just let them go there.
Your mother should have swallowed.
Oh my God. And that's totally
ladies,
fine.
The two of you, all the best. This little nigga.
Oh, you rage quitting? Rage quit. So I want to point this out. I let this slide for a second so you actually can see once again what happens when you are trying to actually be nice and polite. Nothing that I asked was annoying.
I think I have to drop and come back. I can't hear.
Yeah, just refresh. What?
Nothing that I asked was annoying, was disrespectful. It was a general question, right? We have several evidence of this woman talking about anything and everything on her show, on her podcast. It gets wetter the longer you handle it, talking about buried people, pop culture, and all that. I ask a regular question. She comes on the show and says, I'm not going to talk about nothing that doesn't pertain to me. Literally. I'm not going to talk about married people. I'm not going to.
True, what's going on, my brother? What you think about this back and forth? Why do you think when we had these interactions, and me and you done seen so many interactions on YouTube and TikTok, especially when the male host portrays to be one way, but allows the women to go crazy, and he will harbor the terrorists and let them disrespect the man at will. Why do you think, forget just the men, why do you think the sisters who claim to be good women, the sisters who claim to be supporters of men in marriage, remain silent as well too, if they truly support men and women in the union? Why are they so quick to support a woman when she's disrespected, but not as quick when a man is disrespected?
Because it'll give them the power to do exactly what she's doing if they choose to. See, the real women will speak against it, but the ones who are quiet, I believe that they keep that in their back pocket so they can have the authority to do that if they choose to, because they know that they have the power. But if a older woman, I'm thinking of Sister Shahrazad Ali, if she was on that panel at that time, you think she'd allow that? Or
No.
Ilana Van Zant, would she allow that?
No.
Shoot. So, and I do mean all women who just watch that happen. It's like they reserve the right to do that as well. So, but I love it because Fatty just let it continue so we can see in real time what happens in real life in relationships, because women can always reserve the right to go in and dig on a brother like that, talk about his small genitalia, talk about his sexuality, give digs that she know will emasculate and belittle him, to where if a man was to do that, especially face to face, even if it's your cousin, whatever type of relationship, and y'all got in a spat, men, we know how that's gonna go down. But
Right.
women understand that in these face to face spats where you're being disrespectful, which is actually fighting words, they know that we can't do anything but walk away. So, and that's what has destroyed so many relationships over the decades. So I think about this. I'm just watching her go in. I'm like, where else in the world other than Australia? Because it's Australia and the UK. Women wouldn't talk like that in a certain geographical region, because it'll be this right here. Because you can say whether that's right or wrong or whatever, but in Dubai, that don't happen. They don't allow none of that, especially from the women. That's why they're protected over there, because those women are acting as women. But they understand if you act as a man and get beside yourself vocally, you're gonna be treated as a man. So this is I'm get past to my brother just came on, but I wrote some notes real quick. She said if I was president on her podcast, she said if I was president, she can't because she's not from here. She would make them all the little PP dudes, discard them. This is why we shouldn't give women power to vote, because we see the majority, if they was to have power, they're going to be sensational with it and do whatever they feel, not what they think is fair, because they'll voice that now. That's why women don't need power. And these are the women that we allow to vote. So in the conversation that we had last night, one of the women said they don't mature until they get 30. That was at the last part of the show. You remember, I wanted to touch on that. I was listening, I was like, you don't mature until you get 30. You don't start making the right decisions on the type of man that you should engage with. But yet we let women make decisions in government and politicians. But they
Right.
don't mature until 30. She kept repeating that 30, 30, 30, because they don't key in until they lose their sexuality, you know, their attractiveness. That's when they have to start using this, because nobody's paying attention to this no more.
Right.
So why are we giving them the power to make the decision who they sleep with? Because it's supposed to be the father, but the father's got to walk away now, because we got to allow them to talk to us like that. You see what I'm saying? So it keeps falling on the women, but they like, no, it's the men. Y'all are leaving these families. The majority of men, even if they lay down with an ugly baby mama, they still gonna try to be there for the child. The majority of them. They leave because they get talked to and handled like this, and they can't lay hands on. See, back in the day, they lay hands on, and they know stay in the place of a woman. Because if you start talking to me out of bounds, I'm gonna put you back in bounds. One more. Let's see. What they do, they never concede. They can know that they're wrong. The whole panel will know that they're wrong, and they'll never concede. They'll double down on whatever they was wrong about and just get louder, and then just start disrespecting you. And it's like, I applaud Fatty for letting that happen, But this is what we faced with. Because we've given women the power of choice and empowered them to where they actually feel like they got power over men. I land. It's crazy.
What you think about that? Why so serious, man? What's your perspective on the conversation, man?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just could never understand, first off, how women who actually want marriage, kids, a life with a man, let women like that have a voice for them. Especially when they be both like be bisexual. Like she dates men and women. She can't talk for y'all because her mind is all over the place. Like that. And another thing that I be noticing, I always want to ask the women, because she was on a panel with other women. When the only women I know that be on the panel with y'all is Karen, Rose do it too. Even though Bon Terry be all over the place, I don't know if you know who Bon Terry is, but the women that I just named, they will actually chime in on other women who are saying stupidity. Other women would just let them, not those three women I know for a fact. If a woman say something absurd,
Leosha would do it from time to time too.
and Leosha do it. I say Becca do it too. Becca would hit you
would do it times.
so bad.
Yeah.
Like I never understand. I always want to know when the women that just sit there knowing that the woman is wrong. Why do they let them just sit there and just speak? Is it to make a fool of herself? Is it that they don't want to deal with the drama, or it's just I never understood that.
They'll call her a pick me and they'll start shaming her and saying that you're just man-centered. They'll start the sisterhood will exclude them out of the circle and then just key in on her now. So because women are sociable creatures and they want to, still be with the pack of women. So if they say something, they'll be out the pack. They'll be out the sisterhood and they're going to be attacked.
But I also think that is a problem. Like Ali said, and a lot of men said, it's hard to tell the difference between a good woman and a trash woman, because a man could be talking about a trash woman and a good woman that's married with a successful husband and it's never cheated on, is going to stand beside her and be like, you can't talk about her like that. You don't know what she went through. So now I'm looking at you like, what are you talking about? Like, you're not even, some people should, especially when it comes to the relationship, like, I don't see why women allow certain women to have a voice for them and then back them. Even the woman that Ali showed earlier, I can't think of her name. What was she? The female Kevin Samuels. The fact that she had to realize inside.
Well, you talking about Queen Maker?
Yeah, the fact that she had to go date.
And look, Queen Maker believe that men and women are homosexual by nature, and that society made laws so we would interact with each other. Not only that, she's still married and she has a child with the man that she married to. She still hasn't divorced from that man as well. She called women evil, and then she said men are incapable of love. So she's like basically an opportunist. She makes money talking about men,
both sides.
Money off of talk about women, but women will support her more. Women support more when a woman say it than they would if a man says the same exact thing. Because men, what we see now, we know for a fact men love women more than men. And women love women more than men, and the kids love the women more than the men as well too, because of how society is set up now. Which ultimately, most men don't say nothing because they're in today's society on the West, man. They are the leaders of these relationships in society, man. Like the man in power may be be leading what we doing in society with the laws, but in relationships, he's put the woman in power.
Yeah, and my thing with that is, man, it's just. My head be hurt because I just got done debating with somebody in my group chat, and she wanted to end it because she couldn't hit me with no points. I just don't understand it. Like
I do. I came up with an epiphany this morning. If you finish, if I can.
Yeah, because I mean, it's gonna. I say, like, me and my homeboy was debating this. In the eyes of society, human being level, men and women are equal because we provide something to society. But that equality don't equate to a relationship, because she might want equality in jobs. She might want equality when I want to get a car, like anything living with that. But she don't want her equal when she dating. And that's oh my God.
It's conundrum. Check this, Ali. You the one with the star and show power, bro. That experiment with those rats And what they showed, how they gave them everything, how they put them in a social climate where uh certain rats weren't around these type of rats. You know what I'm saying? And that's what social media did to us, or basically to women. Put them in a section where, if y'all can remember, because I'm finna be 42 years old. I can remember how it was before all this social media stuff started. It was in Texas, we had this thing called Dallas Peeps, and it was like before MySpace, right? And I remember how easy it was to get women. I'm talking about bad women. This is when like you were able to reach out to people you couldn't just run into at the grocery store. So fast forward, this is this relation with that rat experiment. They multiplied a whole bunch. That's where the explosion of single mothers came from. That's where just, dudes having illegitimate babies, women, etc. That explosion between the 2000 and 2010, then came MySpace, Facebook, Instagram, etc. To now, just like in the rat experiment, we're not dealing with each other to the same capacity where the marriage rate is down, divorce rate is up, birth rate is down, and it happened just like those rats, right?
Right.
So we got to understand that experiment was in 1960. That's when the feminist movement, 65, came. This is going to get political, so I'm going to try not to go that route. But it's certain people in power that knew exactly how to plant a seed and watch what it was going to do, because they knew what it was going to do, because they already did an experiment on it. And we're experiencing that now, where women speak how we just listened to. They dictate relationships. And when it comes to the hierarchy of relationships in our society, women are at the forefront. And what's happened? Just like that experiment where it's like, bro, we have to take away social media and ultimately get away from technology, because in the like 90s, when relationships where like real relationships, people weren't as accessible. You know what I'm saying? Anybody on Instagram can reach out and touch your girl, have a phone call. Y'all get in an argument, she's gonna be more pertained to go deal with this dude that's gonna take her on the trips and out to eat and all the things that women like in the beginning, versus before social media, women would be more pertained to making the relationship work, because they didn't have the false uh the false options out there. The grass is greener. It was no grass, because they were just in their section. So I'm saying, like, that experiment, if you like, that's explaining all of this. And we're having these circular conversations. The only way real relationship gonna work, where women are not being influenced by what they just seen, because you know how many women were saying, doing this and applauding her for getting on him, or applauding Charlotte Brown for getting on Cam Newton, or for getting on Nick Cannon. They all see this behavior, and it may, okay, I can treat my man like that too. I have the right to reserve to speak on him like that too, if he's not doing what I want him to do, or leading how I want him to lead. They all say he's not leading the way I want. He ain't doing what I want. So I can reserve the right to lead. In this day in relationship, in my landing, real relationship ain't gonna make it if she's on social media. And regardless of, it's not the same with the man, because regardless if the man is of high status, women are not offering to take him out on dates and et cetera like that. So the way women behavior is versus the divorce rate, the accessibility to date this dude, because they can dial them up like dominoes. So to the behavior, how they emasculate, belittle, and talk down on a man. So it was like, if it was a less level-headed man, face to face, that would be domestic violence. We know that. But in another certain time where families were stuck together, that was a man holding his family together, because this behavior has been taught from social media. That experiment is what we're living, because in the rat experiment, the men didn't even want to deal with the women anymore. What the statistics? 30-year-olds, they haven't had sex in over a year. Men under 30, there's more men virgins today than women virgins. So we're talking about the little pee. It's not the little pee, it's the expanded section of the woman from having so many PPs up in her. But that I think maybe one day you should highlight that experiment, because that's the people in power. They knew what they were doing to separate us and do the opposite of what the Most High want. We're supposed to multiply, and the people who run the world, they want us to depopulate and do the opposite of multiply. You see where I'm going? So yeah.
Hey,
Land.
but I got a point. Somebody in the comments, just in the chat, said that they told me to stop saying men and women are equal. What I mean is, and I say it all the time, I always go back to the fact that it takes a man and a woman to procreate society. From a biological standpoint, no, men and women are not equal in the sense of I'm more they're physically inferior. They're built differently. Biologically, we're not. But when it comes to having kids and taking care of kids, men and women both are great at it together. It takes two. A man can't have kids without a woman, and a woman can't do the same. That's what I'm saying. Now, when it comes to other things, no. And another point is, I don't know. Do y'all know who the queen of accountability is? You muted.
Time. Yeah, I try to get on him before.
Hey, I think a lot of women who act like who have her mindset, who don't mind going against the grain, they need to start doing what she's doing instead of allowing women who are not what you represent talk for you. I will say a lot of women probably like her. Other women stand up to Fatty. Other women stand up to the men of the world. I believe that, and they might take pride. Oh yeah, she's doing what I can't do in my home. But what she's saying is stupid. Like, a real woman ain't gonna act like that. I know for a fact, a real woman to let a man believe he's right until he's wrong. She'll just shut down. Look, you got it. I ain't even finna go back and forth with you. I ain't even finna big up myself like that, because it can go to the next level if I say the wrong thing and I'm holding my face on the ground. Now, but I don't know. That's the only thing I always ask that question. Why do not all women, but most women allow certain women to speak for them? And then when you have a conversation with them, well, I wouldn't do what she's doing. I wouldn't say what she's saying. We don't live that lifestyle, but I support women, so she's right. I never understood that, because I don't care if a dude is a dude or not. I don't support deadbeats, drug addicts, pill poppers, jailbirds, none of that. I'm not none of that. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't deal with it, and I love my kids, and I'm in the house with them. So I'm not gonna support something just because he's a man. No, even the people at the top, if they doing something wrong, I'm gonna speak on it. That's be my only real is if the good women of the world were actually to step forward and say something and speak up. Because I ask women this all the time. What is a female role model y'all have that's of good quality, that's actually mainstream, that's actually being pushed? The Nia Longs of the world, the Sanaa Lathans, the Angela Bassett's, the women who the women like just the women that are actually of good quality who's married, the Rosa Parks, the Harriet Tubmans. Where are they? Why aren't they pushed? If you ask a woman she's like, well, my role model is this. Well, do you think the women that's like 18 and under, who's the more impressionable, will say she's a role model? No, they probably gonna say Glorilla Meg. And that's not good, because what do they talk about? What do everything? Like, women really don't have a great role model that's actually pushed. That's mainstream. That's in the ads, the commercials, the when you watch an ad on YouTube, there's they music being pushed. Like, I would love for a woman like that has the Lauryn Hill effect to come back around, but they're not gonna have that, because they talk bad about what's the woman?
I was thinking, no, what is that? What Truth was talking about? Claire Huxtable. Like, is it reason why they don't have it? Is do a lot of women feel intimidated by that woman? Do they feel judged by that woman? Do they vicariously feel like that woman is going at them? It's just like when we have conversations on here. There's a lot of times women would respond to us and be offended by what we're saying, but we're not even talking about them. So if you're not the bad woman we talking about, or the disrespectful woman or condescending woman we talking about, why are you going to the point where it seems like you're resonating with that person and responding to what we're saying when we're not even supposedly talking about you if you're not that woman? And I think it's what Truth said earlier. They want to always be able to play that card if they ever want to. They want to be able to always play that Uno reverse. They want to still be in line with those women because it's the majority of women. So they don't want to be shamed by those women, and they want those women to feel like they're still connected with them. And a lot of those type of women typically emulates and resembles the woman that they may be and the woman that birthed them as well too. It's still there. That thinking, that method of reasoning is still there. That's why a lot of times, again, they'll tell you, your woman or women in general, like, yo, why so serious? Truth. If y'all want hoes to disappear, why y'all keep disappearing? I mean, entertaining hoes. Well, why you best friends with the hoe? Why you still going out with the hoe? Why you still making jokes with the hoe? Why you still liking the hoes social media? Why you supporting her? If you so against the hoe, why don't you address the hoe publicly and privately, or whenever the hoe pops up, if you don't want us to entertain them? But a lot of times those women are still the hoe. They just conditionally not maneuvering that way because they're benefiting from the man that they're with at that current moment. Most of the women today still have that same mentality. That's why they don't change. And that's why they don't say nothing to these women, because they're still just like those women. That's why all of us keep calling it the sisterhood and the girls. A lot of men just can't stand not dealing with women anymore, or getting the pushback from those women, the men too, the women too. So they have to, hey, if you can't beat them, join them. And that's what actually happens.
And to a point you made about how women, they love men that challenge them. I will look, man, the minute I really started like really debating women and challenging their logic and being like, but how is that good for a relationship? I say it all the time. A lot of women might find me attractive because I'm not a yes man. I don't really give a fuck about, I don't care about how you feel in certain instances, because I'm still a man. Like, a lot of women might find that attractive, but they'll never date me because at the end of the day, they have no power with me. You can't manipulate me with your vagina. You can't manipulate me with words because you can't manipulate my feelings. You can't do none of that. And I already got kids, so you don't have to give me no kids. So you can't use that as a token either. Like, a lot of women find men who are, that's what I tell you earlier, Ali. They want men that's a gentleman. He's a nice guy, but he's rough around the edge. They want a dude that'll hold the door open for them, profess his love for them. This is my woman, protect and provide for them. But they also, hey man, shut up, because you don't know what you're talking about. This is what we finna do, and if you don't like it, you can go back in your room. But I'm still
no. Oh, look. It's the reverse. And you know when men say, why buy the cow if you could milk it for free?
Yeah.
Why does she got to do it if she can get everything from you without having to do anything? That's the last video that I posted on my live with the conversation we had with Jazz. Most of these women want the man who will do the maximum for them, and they can do the bare minimum. The person who cares the most, least, the person who does the least has the most power when it comes to the women. So they want to show the other women, I'm barely doing anything to get the most out of this guy. And once he stops performing, I'm going to the next guy that I can get max performance from without having to do anything.
That's real quick. That's why they're so quick and always have a backup plan, and then they're also quick to go to the next relationship because they know, okay, this dude ain't been taking me on trips, he ain't been taking me out to eat, he ain't been buying me stuff. I know the next dude, just for him to catch and hold my attention, he gonna come with that.
Yep.
But real quick, I was trying to think of female role models, women role models, and everybody I thought of was old. Iyanla Van Zant, Claire Huxtable, Shahrazad Ali. Everyone is like they're 45 and up. So it's like the good class of role models of women for them to look to are like, not expiring, but you know what I'm saying.
No, but hold on before you go. This is what I mean, right? He not even talking about her. He not even said whoever this person's name is. But why so serious? In the meantime, does your woman not suffer with you in your failure? Like, that got nothing to do with what he talking about.
I mean, I can't reiterate.
He not. No. We don't want you to address. My point is this: when we say something, when we're vulnerable, when we communicate, and we're doing exactly what they're asking, when they're saying we're the leaders, they don't want to hear. Most of these women don't want to hear nothing about what they can do for you or how they can help you. They want to make sure whatever you bringing into the table matches what they desire and what they need from you and how they can benefit from it. They don't want to hear nothing about what you're going through. They don't want to hear about the fact that you're broken. They don't want to hear about your daddy wasn't there or your mama was beating you. They want to hear if you a yes man or not, what you're able to do for them, how you can benefit them, and how you can enable and support their existence. Most of these sisters don't want to hear nothing about none of that. So that's why they'll do that. You start talking, and they'll feel like you hit them. The hit dogs holler, and they'll say, "Hey, why you talking about her? Like what? Like, well, how about what's going on in your household?" I mean, that's what happened.
I will say this. A lot. I'm gonna tell you one person women do that the most to is
Oh,
money.
you was talking directly to her? She said you were talking to her.
Oh yeah, I had responded to what she said about.
What did she say?
I gotta find it. Hold on. She was basically saying, yeah, I gotta find it. She was, I can't even. Nah, it's so far up because the chat booming. Now she was like, but you want your woman to support you even if she knows you wrong. I said,
of course.
I was like, but a real man, if in the beginning he might make his failures true. In the beginning, he gonna make his failures because
No. Listen, we gotta start listening to what they say instead of what's on our mind. She told you you want her to support you even though you think she wrong, but she's fine with you supporting her even though you think she wrong. But most of what you implementing, most of what you desiring is going to benefit the both of you. Yeah, you actually just asking her to help you, asking her to listen to you so you can help her. Usually it's the reverse. What she's about to gain and benefit from has nothing to do with you. It's not going to impact you in a positive way, and it's not going to help you. It's usually what she wants at that moment, how she feels, and what you can do to help her get to wherever she desires. Most of what they're asking you to do has nothing to do with you, except for performance. You better perform. You better tap dance, and you better jump. And when I say jump, you better ask how high. Because we have to start responding to exactly what they're saying and reading between the lines of what they're saying versus what we're saying on our mind as well too. Because she's literally telling, like, if you're the leader, she's supposed to listen to you even though she thinks you're wrong. If you lead your children, they're supposed to listen to you even though they think you're wrong, because whatever you're telling them is going to benefit y'all more so than you listening to her. Now, if you failing her, if what she's doing with you is detrimental to her, then obviously you don't know how to lead a family. You don't know how to lead yourself. You don't know how to lead your children. But if the most of the outcome happens to be something that's beneficial for the outcome of the family or your relationship, then you understand. That's how you grow to learn to trust your man. If you always challenging him and don't listen to him, how do you actually trust this man? You using this man. You don't love this man, because that's the biggest demonstration of a woman's love for you is the fact that she listens to you. And she trusts you. She loves you.
She executes what you're saying.
Yeah, and I just wanted to reiterate it because men are going to make failures, but a real man, once he fails that first couple times and he looks at he got to come back home, and his wife I told you so. And then your kids lacking. You're gonna make those changes and you're gonna apologize. Look, I thought it would work out like this, but I understand. Maybe I do need to listen to your insight because you can see it differently. But for the most part, I don't get why women, when a man is talking, they bring up his woman or they want to question his woman. Like when the situation, how Munt talk about his lifestyle, how he talk about how his woman is catered, how she works, how she does, how his household is. A lot of women will end up saying, I would love to talk to her. And I'd be like, why does that matter? Because what if she say she's happy? Y'all still not gonna believe she happy.
That's what Charlotte Bryan did to Cam Newton. I want to talk to, I think her Cam woman is Jazz, because it's like the way
she wants to convince her to think just like her. And she wants to convince her that what you're doing with your woman or what your man's doing with you is demeaning and disrespectful to you.
Right.
You need to get on our page so we can get all the brothers to do for us what this man is doing for me. We need all the men to move just like this, whether he's a beta, whether he's an alpha. We need them to conform to us. We're not supposed to conform to them. And if everything fails, it's still their fault because they the man, and it's their fault because they allowed us to control them and enable us. That we're gonna lose either way. If we don't do what they ask, we controlling and toxic. If we do what they ask, we ain't got no backbone. We pushovers and we allow them to get away with it.
No, the genie's been let out of the bottle, and you can't put it back in because they've already been to like seeing what the mountaintop is, and they're not trying to go back to sea level. They're not trying to go back to how things were. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm coming to the realization of this now. It's like that clip that you showed, what your Operation Miranda is, basically family, right? They were out of the city. They were out in. I noticed the background. You know what I'm talking about, Ali?
Mm-hmm.
They were out of the city. Like in the next couple of years, it's gonna have to get out of the city, away from the influence of other bad women who want to put the sisterhood on the good women. And if they talk to them, if they see it, they're gonna be more inclined to listen to the serpent. That's that whole metaphor.
Yeah.
And then to get Adam to do what Eve wants. That's another metaphor. You need to be doing what the woman say. And it's like, once that happens, everything's awry.
It is, because I've seen men, I say it all the time. When in the confines of a relationship, this is where the equality never matches. A man will love a woman who will conform to him. A man would love that. Like, he'll cherish that. Like, she really went against the grain of her normal life. For me, he'll cherish that. And he'll take a bullet for a few bullets. Most women don't want a man to conform. They want a man to compromise. When you listen to women talk, like Ali said, just hear what they saying. I've caught plenty of times on the panel. They'll be like, even if he's gonna make the final decision, I just want my voice. Like, I still want to have some type of say so. No, you just want to know that your voice is heard. You don't want him to like, you don't care if he takes your advice or not. You just want to make sure you have a voice in it. You just want him to make compromises. That's what I'm saying. Women would rather a man make compromises than conform. Just listen to certain things. Do it. What the most thing I hear women say is, in some decisions you make, think about me first. The same way I think about you when I'm making decisions. But they don't want you to conform. When a man conforms completely, like a woman to get with a man, he goes out, he does certain things, and she gets complaining. He becomes a homebody. He don't go out with his homeboys no more. And then when he do go out, he take her with him. He, of course, the cheating, he gonna stop the cheating. So the things that he do that will make him see he don't do it no more. He goes to work, come home with the kids, and he gets on the game all day. Or he gets on the game when he got free time. The minute he does what she asks, she eventually resents him for that. And a lot of women, even the women in the chat, gonna be like, that's not true. No, that's a fact. She's gonna resent him and then start cheating on him or talking to other men the way he was at first.
It's the same way. Your woman likes you because you got hoes. Then she don't like it that you got hoes. Then she gets you to remove your hoes. Then she don't like you anymore because you ain't got no hoes. Then when she leave you get your hoes back, she wants you back because you got the hoes. So it doesn't make sense. Like, either way you losing. It makes no sense whatsoever. Like, we try to understand the psychology, but they typically are too smart for their own good, unless her intention is to keep the man that she has and the value and respect the man that she has. And she always remembers that as well too. As a mature woman, I have a special man, I have a valuable man that other people see as valuable as well too. Let me build this relationship with him and build a solidified union with him, instead of always looking at what society thinks, what my mama thinks, what my sisters thinks, what everybody else thinks, and me feel fulfilled and adequate with the relationship I have, especially when the outlook and the end result is a beautiful relationship.
And you know what? I was just having, like, it's a girl I'm cool with. We do this regularly. Once a day, we're gonna have a debate, especially in the group chat. And we was talking about submission and femininity and all that. And she was like, I'm not finna submit to no, like, you know how they be talking. She was like, submission is basically slavery. And the fact that women look at it as submission is slavery is crazy. I do agree. Submission is yielding to something or accepting something for what it is. And I told her, men and women submit to the same rate. What you mean? If I really want you to shut up, all I gotta do is go upside your head. But I don't do that. I sit there and listen to you complain about something I don't really care about. And I find ways to not get physical with you. I talk to you through it. Because if another man said the same things you saying to me, yeah, I'm doing 25 to life or I'm dead. And I was like, men submit the same way. So then we started talking. And then my homeboy jumped in and I was like, it's amazing to me. I realized my mama told me this, and I also heard OG Speed say this. Women submit to power. The thing is, back then, men had the power. The system and the government stripped the man of the power, and then the government gave the women their power. So all they realized was, especially within certain communities, if you get the woman to divorce the man and marry the system, you got the race forever.
Yeah.
So women will not be a slave to a man who will die for them, but they'll be a slave to their boss.
Come on.
They'll be a slave to their leader. I know women who have college degrees, bachelor's, masters, literally, that will not use their degrees to make money because they don't want to lose the food stamps that they have. So ain't that been a slave to something?
Yeah.
Ain't that been a slave to the system? So if you're gonna be a slave to a boss who don't really care about you, you just a number. And if you don't do what he say, he can get 10 of you tomorrow.
But she don't see it that way. She sees it as this man has to pay me. This man is going to empower me. I have to listen to him temporarily to get the finances that I want, the money that I want, so I can be in control of my own life. That's how she looks at it. That's why she's listening. But it means that she values the person's feelings above hers, even if she don't actually respect the person, because he's going to empower her. That's the relationships that women keep in their lives are the ones that they value more than themselves, even if they don't actually like or respect the person. So in order for her to cooperate with you and submit to you and be on your page, she has to care more about you or what you have or how she feels about you than she feels about herself. As soon as she thinks she's better than you, as soon as she thinks she makes more than you, as soon as she feels like she should be the one making all the directions, making all the moves and making all giving the insight of which way you're supposed to go, that's the time she either leaves you or starts disrespecting you.
And that's why I say I'm a land, because true, I know you got something cooking in your mind right now. That's why I tell men, if you got it, because
look, see what I'm saying?
But
no, think about it. It's not slavery if she's getting paid. Just think about that. But it's slavery if you're giving her money, if you're financing her life, if you're taking her shopping, but you're not actually giving her money. You're paying for everything. You're just not literally handing over the money to her. She's a slave now. That's the crazy thing. But if she works for the rest of her life to get money, she's not a slave. But you're working to finance her life, but she's a slave. Just think about that. Yo, ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy?
It's crazy.
Well, how is that logical? Adina, how is that logical? You're going to work for somebody to get money into your pocket versus a man that's working for you to give you everything. But you're a slave now because, you got to cook or you got to clean a house, which you don't do anyway. Most of these sisters ain't doing that. They probably get maids if they can afford it. If they don't afford it, they'll maintain the house. They'll maintain the house or get the kids to do it. But they don't see it as slavery when they doing it for themselves. They only see it as slavery when they doing it for the person they love. But again, if you already have it all and you just giving it to her, how is it slavery? And if she's already cleaning up her own house, if she's already cooking for herself, how does it become slavery if y'all come together and she's just still doing what she already was doing?
It's crazy.
She's just adding one more plate onto the table. She's adding one more plate into the dishwasher. She's adding one more outfit into the dishwasher machine. Like, ain't it crazy?
They make it seem like they're doing the maximum work when you're cooking and cleaning for a man. You're doing what you was gonna do for you anyway.
Exactly.
Just one more plate. That's a good point. One more set of clothes. This is what I want to add to it. Women, if they pick the right man, they can gain equity in a relationship by staying in that relationship. They can gain equity to where this man, you not finna say nothing negative about my wife. She's had my children. She's been with me from the beginning. She's worked with me. That's how you build equity, and that's what you got your life insurance together. That's the 401k. But they would rather do that with a job that will let them go. All these layoffs that happen, especially in the government sector with our women, it's like they've been programmed. We understand it, and we're trying to show them like your best bet is the first pick the right man that you're gonna have children with, build equity with, because that's how a woman can get older and she can be valuable. Because if you out here by yourself and you get older, you're not gonna be valuable to men. But if you got that man that you've been with, you're gonna be the most valuable thing on the planet other than his children. So that's all I want to add.
It's crazy. Hey, let me read these real quick, Coco. I want you to add in on the conversation. My brother Dussy, with the $5 super chat. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. Definitely, man. We're gonna make sure it's a crazy
It's gonna be a crazy one. It's a lot of battles on this card, and it's gonna be your favorite one.
And then my brother 30K with the $5 super chat. Big respect to Team Fatty. I would have been on one energy till I got banned. She brought family into it. Oh, okay. Man, she started talking about that man daddy, that man mama, that man PP. It was, she was just violating in all phases of how you can violate somebody, and nobody said nothing. And much love to my sister Wanda with the gifted membership. Make sure y'all keep it. Y'all don't forget to help us meet our membership goals and our super chat goals and our Cash App goals as well too. I want to make sure I read out my sister's Cash App as well too, Mrs. Tabitha. Again, thank you again, Wanda, for a gifted membership. Whoever got it, y'all better keep it. Oh, sister Coco popped up and then went right back on the dark screen. But hold on. Okay, there she go. How you doing, my sister Coco?
I'm a dog, but I still want to party.
What's the word?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are y'all doing?
Good afternoon. We doing really good. It's great to see you.
Awesome.
How you doing?
I'm great. She running around tearing the place, but that's what.
Hey, that's how I be. That's what they're supposed to be doing.
Absolutely. So with that, late, I think the question is, how come the good women don't speak up? It depends on the personality of the good woman. A lot of women don't really talk. I mean, they'll say they'll talk a good game, but they won't, because they don't want to be confronted with the hyenas and the banshees, generally speaking. But I do think, and I wish I was there for that interaction, because I'm a type of person. I will speak. I am direct. I'm not going to be disrespectful. But I think, to y'all's point, that if a woman does speak up and she doesn't match the energy, that aggressive energy, if she's coming really logical and calm natured, it's going to force that woman to be like, okay, how am I going to do this? Because there's another woman. I may go the pick me route, but it's going to make me look bad if I'm just coming against this woman and she's not really antagonizing me. She's just saying, hey, chill out. Like, was that necessary? Like, it's going to be like, oh, I don't know how to respond to that. So that's why I think more women, more wise if possible. I understand you don't want to be in front of the bullet, will come out to panels like this. It shows how crazy those other women look to everyone. I've been on a couple of panels now, and I understand sometimes, because us women, we go squiggly lines. You guys are more just to point A and point B. But then when women push other women, it either causes them to, concede or move the goalpost. It's one of the two things that will happen. Excuse me. Let me get that real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I think so. What I see is the woman will stop for that woman if she's a good woman, if he speaks with femininity, if she speaks gracefully and kindly and respectfully, but they just respect the woman. They're not necessarily even listening to what she's saying. And in public and in front of people, she'll respect her because she's a woman, but she's not actually respecting her because of what's coming out of her mouth. And she's not actually demonstrating that she agrees with her. She just respects the fact that she's a woman. How y'all be seeing it? Because I see women why can you see a woman who outrightly disrespectful and demonstrating degradation to a man, but when the woman talks, even if she's going against what she's doing, she'll respect her, she'll calm down and not use those same words with her. But as soon as that conversation is over, she'll do it right back again. Maybe not on a panel, but the next panel that day, to the next man she encounters that day, she still continues that behavior. She just stops it when she's discussing it with that so-called good woman. What y'all think?
That's an interesting situation, because I'm trying to think, how would a woman address her with, because women are non-confrontational, especially with each other. So what type of tonality and energy could she be able to come where she could get through and it wouldn't escalate.
It won't. Truth, you see it all the time. Truth, are you sit? Truth on you. Family, hold on. Truth, we see it all the time. Like if a woman tells a woman, hey, if she comes at her disrespectfully, she may respond back to her disrespectfully. But like Coco said, if she just says it in a gentle way, soft way, kind way, the typical, a way that a woman just speaks, like with her, the femininity that she possesses, a lot of women won't respond to that disrespectfully. I seen it with the worst type of women that just calm down a little bit. They don't disrespect her, but they may not agree with her, but they'll be responsive to her and they'll calm down for that time being. But we see it all the time. If you need me to start recording it, as long as she don't disrespect her, she'll calm down.
Well, I see, on these YouTube streets, TikTok, and most of the time, I see they going hard on the dude, and then they just, oh, you want some too, and then they start going in, pick me, he'll never pick you, decenter men, all the rhetoric.
If they come at it a certain type of manner,
they come soft. We gonna
be on you TikTok when I'm gonna point out to you, it's the way she does it. I can point out certain women that are good women. They go, hey man, why you got to talk to that man like that? Oh, hey, why you got to talk to him like that? They'll say it like that versus, hey, sweetheart, I understand this and this and this and this, and I understand how he could have said something to you that escalated you, but maybe we should watch how we talk to each other. Like they won't go at her; they'll make it more neutral. The woman will respond different to that woman, where she don't go directly at her; she just plays neutral and keeps it about how we should treat each other versus what you just did.
So more often than not, because when I get on TikTok, they'll block, they'll take them off the panel. Like a lot of women, as soon as you start speaking against what they're speaking on, if they have the power to cut you or drop you or block you, that's what they're gonna do majority of the time, man or woman. That's what I've experienced. So maybe you've experienced something different. I ain't gonna discredit you, but that's what I've seen, especially if they got power. If they the host,
yeah, for sure.
Okay, think about all the women that's coming on the panels. Who have you seen when they address it been disrespected? Typically by the woman who's doing the disrespecting it. Show on YouTube alone. So tell me where a woman intervened on our channels and a woman responded to her disrespectfully. They just had the conversation.
I remember it was Smell the Roses, the light-skinned, soft-spoken lady. She had got on another.
Smell the Roses would be like this.
No, the light skin, I believe she's married. She did a show with St. James, and she had got on a woman for being disrespectful, and then that woman got on her, and then Smell the Roses had to, okay, let me take my earrings off, but she still did it in a
that's the wrong when you truth. You cannot Smell the Roses be using the AK, fam. She do not come at these. She come women with almost the same energy.
That's why
she don't come at the earrings off. No, I'm not talking about. That's the wrong. No, I'm talking about a woman who comes at the women softly and keeps it neutral. And that's one woman you gave me. Smell the Roses used the AK-47. So who? Yeah. Okay. How many women actually respond to Karen with disrespect?
None.
I haven't seen Karen.
Because I will say this, like when the woman, let's say a woman's going back and forth with a man, the energy is so high because the woman typically got to match our energy. The minute I've seen Karen say something, what do you mean by that? Why do you think that is?
Yep, she keeps it
talking
neutral.
to you, don't talk to them.
Yeah. Yep.
You're talking to me.
She don't go at her.
I want to understand.
She don't make it. She don't make it personal, and she's not directly addressing their behaviors.
She's checking their logic.
Yeah.
Why do you feel? Why do you think that is? Why do you feel like that? And in some cases, I do agree with you. True, it's some women that'll give back, but I think that the moderator, I've seen on these panels, a lot of moderators don't really moderate like they supposed to. The host, they just let stuff go on.
No. Hold on. We didn't go there yet. See, why so says what we're talking about. We talking about women. Forget the moderators right now. There's a lot of men and women who don't moderate correctly. Yeah. That's not what we're talking about. Don't go there. I'm talking about a woman responding to a woman who's graceful, a woman who's respectful, a woman who is not responding with the same energy, the response that she gets. And again, I've never seen. Only person I may have seen her someone go back at her was, and that woman crazy, is the Bomb Cherry woman. Like she made a kind of went at Rose and Karen a little bit, but she's crazy. But for the most part, you don't see them being disrespected by other women like that. I don't see Rose be disrespected by other women. I don't see Karen be disrespected by other women. I don't see Becca be disrespected. I don't see Coco be disrespected. Who else was saying stuff? It's not a lot.
What's that light-skinned woman?
Leosha has, I've seen people go back at, but Leosha go directly at the women. She don't be coming at them playing. So I'm saying the woman who comes at them with grace and femininity.
Because they gotta dial their energy back. They like once, sir, get out my see what I'm saying, Ali?
Yep.
Every time.
But that no. But that's not the I'm saying that if she comes,
how old is he? Oh man, what an age.
I'm surprised my 2-year-old daughter ain't coming in here trying to give me toys like she always do. They ain't been dealing with me since we got up this morning. They been in the back. The minute they hear me on the podcast or they hear y'all voice, they want to come in here now.
Oh, it's over. It's over.
But
it's over.
But what's that light-skinned woman that be on? She be with Fatty a lot. I've seen where it was a video I watched a couple months ago. She was Jazz was going back and forth with Fatty, and then the light-skinned girl, I think it was who Mr. Fantastic was talking about the other day when he was like, not to bring up that whole shebang.
Jazz will give grace to women all the time.
Yeah, they was all finna say.
You gotta push Jazz. You gotta really push Jazz to disrespect another one. I'm telling, like, even if they come off, hey, I don't think you did it. Like, hey, like she'll be like, she'll listen a little bit. It's very hard for her to disrespect another woman. They have a great amount of value and respect for women who respectable or not respectable. Like it's just like your granddaddy. You may be saying, man, F you, truth. And you really mean that, but your granddaddy say, hey, son, don't say that. And you go, all right, granddaddy. But you're right. You respect your grandfather. You really don't want to listen to what he's saying and you don't accept it. But at that moment, you're going to accept it. That's what most of them women will do. I respect that woman, even though if I don't respect what she's saying.
Yeah, now, secretly, she may call me a pick-me in her mind and be like, ooh, why are you on the men's side? But she won't say that out loud.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. The video I'm talking about, she was going back and forth with Fatty. I cannot think of the light-skinned girl name, but she jumped in.
Is it Melanin?
Yeah, Melanin. And Jazz, when Jazz realized who was talking, she was like, so what are you saying? Because that's when Melanin said what she said. Well, I'm trying to get
it went up, but it went up.
No, Jazz tone went down.
No. You talking about Melanin?
Yes.
What you talking about? Maybe their first maybe their first interaction. They did a debate, or almost did a debate. They were going to do a debate,
but
they went
in this specific video.
No. Yeah, that specific. So again, I'm gonna tell you again, that specific video, Jazz did give grace. It's the first time I think she met Melanin. After that point, it was up. Like it went up from there.
But I do agree.
Melanin too. Melanin responds to the energy with the same energy. She don't move with the grace.
And I will say,
she don't give them that. She give grace to the women who deserve grace. And in her mind, if you disrespectful, she gonna give you disrespect too.
And I've seen Karen do this. She'll match a woman's energy with she'll match the same energy. And then I've heard Karen say the woman to get frustrated, and Karen to be like, you know, but I'm doing to you what you doing to everybody else. You don't like it. She like it ain't fun when the rabbit got the gun, is it? And she said that in the girl, like she said, I'm doing to you how you do them. It ain't fun, is it? So if you want to have a real intentional conversation, dial it back. And then the woman to dial it back with. I've seen he right. Women will dial it back with other women. Now with us,
that's all I'm saying. You ain't getting no dial back. You ain't getting no lifeline. You ain't getting nothing. If that woman say something, she gonna turn up. If you try to respond a certain way, she gonna go up. And especially if you caught her, especially if you trying to get her hold be accountable, and it's more logical, she gonna turn up even more if she's that type of woman.
That's the majority.
But that's why I say. That's why I tell the women who actually are the ones that are accomplished, the married women that's happy. They are the ones that need to speak up the most and let these women of yesteryear and the women that's coming up understand that all that the men are saying is you can't have it all. You can't do something one way in the beginning of your life and in the back end expect it to be another way. Sierra was a god doggone anomaly. It's just because the man she's with, she got saved. Most of y'all, the women of of earlier generation need to tell these women, you can do what you want to do. You got that choice, but understand everything in life is about choices and trade-offs. You got to give up something to get something. While you wasting your prime chasing after these men that don't want you, your career, your this and that, you are extinguishing yourself from the market of finding a man that's gonna make you happy and raising kids. But also on the flip side of the women with kids, like sometimes you might have to sacrifice your purpose to be a stay-at-home mother or a woman that's dedicated to your kids. You can't have it all. You can't be a boss babe, stay-at-home prostitute. It's impossible.
But also 90% of women don't look like Sierra, aren't in Sierra's weight class either. So I think they have the delusions of wanting what Sierra has, but not looking like Sierra.
That's a fact. Real quick, we can say what Why So Serious said, but the propaganda of what is it, Sex in the City, they can think that they can be like Sarah Jessica Parker, sleep with this dude. You know, she was sleeping with a different dude every episode and still get her Mr. Big at the end. That's what they believe. Because I look at past relationships, I was like, it's amazing of the women that I dealt with. They all watched the same shows and they would stop everything. They sitting down to watch this show at this particular time, whether it was Housewives and all that craze, you know, MTV Cribs, all that. So you got us on these podcasts saying what we're saying versus what was programmed in them when they were growing up, and I don't think we can compete with that.
I don't think we can compete with it either. But that's what I'm saying. Why So Serious bring up even the married woman. You think majority of the married woman wasn't teaching these girls this, and they just end up getting a retirement plan? You don't think, like, who you think taught these women this? When we had them, we got the talking points we use and our experiences we use have to make sense, right, and match up. Most of the women who got married are the women who settle for the men who were good for them. Don't mean they were good for the man, and they was good to the man. So if a lot of these women are still maneuvering this way, and if the women are even coming from a two-parent household, who taught these girls these things outside of society? It had to be their mothers that taught them this.
Their mothers and aunties, even the ones that were married, because they would feel like this is just a means to an end right now. I still have the option to divorce this dude because they're incentivized to do so. So, and then they are still promised even after they divorce that you can still find your fun, like what y'all were saying last night, what Fatty was speaking on. I can divorce the dude and then go get the dude that I really want. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But the dude that they really don't want them like that. Maybe for a weekend or a month or two, but not a long-term commitment like the dude that you just used, you know, for that, you know, that placeholder marriage.
Yeah.
Because a lot of women, and I'm this from my own experience. As I look back in hindsight on what my ex-wife said, that conversation y'all had last night, Fatty was grilling. I was like, that's exactly what mine said. She was like, I knew you were going to be a good father. So what was she saying? And my ex-wife, I was 31 when I got married, and she was like 29. So the numbers lining up. And she said, I knew you were going to be a good father. So what does that say? She had already been with dudes that she, like, you know, had her fun with, and I'm gonna be the secure guy that take care of business, right? And then after that played out, divorced, boom, she went to go have her fun and stuff, right? Thinking it was gonna play out like Sierra or whoever, but you know, subsequently she back where she started at her mother's house. And this is what a lot of women are. They're back where they started because they prioritize the wrong things, thinking that marriage is just a step to what I truly desire, what I can truly have, because I can have it all. I can get the kids, marriage, divorce, settlement, on to what I really want.
But that's why I said when we say the men in the marriage are placeholders. And my brother, is it Casimir? Casimir. Yes, sir. I want you to get in right when I say what I say too. Do you think that man is just what validates the woman? She don't really even appreciate and value this guy. It just makes her look good. Like it's just like the way you'll use, like, let's say you was a 304 your whole entire life. Now all of a sudden you say, oh, I'm different now. I got God. Like you get to put God next to you and say, hey, I'm a redeemed woman and I'm a godly woman because you say you put God next to you. but is she really redeemed, or is she using the guy next to her to look like she's redeemed? Like when these women are getting married and getting these relationships, do they really want to be with this man? Do they really want this marriage? Do they really want to be a wife? Or is it they look good being next to this man and they being validated? What you think about that, my brother?
Well, I'm gonna get to the point of how I see it from my point of view, and anybody can disagree with me. I see marriage as only the highest divorce rates with African American dark skinned women. I have noticed that, and the problem with them is that they're unsubmissive. They don't know how to be submissive, and if you study any other minority group, ethnic group, they don't have the same higher divorce rates. So I believe I support colorism. I don't care whoever disagrees, but I feel that the darker skinned black female is usually the candidate for having a hopeless marriage because she wants to be the dominant force and not the submissive type.
From dark skinned women. But where do you get that from? And could you substantiate? Because a lot of times the women I see end up being bougie and full of themselves is typically the red bone and light skinned girls. Like they typically revered way more than dark skinned girls, where you would think the dark skinned girls would be more patient and more humble because of the way they've been treated in society. And they actually try to cooperate with the man. A lot of the dark skinned women, when we were growing up into college, into even now, a lot of women struggle with their identity because they were shamed more than anybody else, shamed more than the light skinned girl. She was more revered and more accepted. So why would you think it's the dark skinned girl that acts way more unsubmissive than the light skinned girl?
Because the dark skinned girl has always been disobedient to really any man. If you look at the police videos, you see darker skinned women beating up cops, resisting them more than even a man would do. I mean, so basically, if you see that from that point of view, they always telling a man, shut up. I mean, you don't really hear a lot of other females telling their partners all the time, shut up. It's always some dark-skinned woman looking like Whoopi Goldberg, looking like Pam, telling a man, shut up, So basically, even if it is a stereotype, it's becoming a reality of accuracy because why is it only dark-skinned women is easy to be with, but they have a bad attitude? They don't really want to settle down with a man. And actually, they always cheat because they always think they could find a man who has a lot more money. So actually, darker skin would always cheat the most.
Is that y'all experience? Why so serious? Is that your experience? Uncomfortable truth. You think the dark-skinned woman is more non-cooperative and more aggressive than the light-skinned woman?
I will say this, and this is it's funny he said this. I don't know what's up with my algorithm on Instagram, but I have I'm
talking. I gotta tell you, I'm talking to the dog too.
Oh,
so y'all don't think I'm well, I talk to my kids sometimes like that too, but not my that's my dog. Hey, sit down. Oh, go ahead.
I got 2 Instagrams, so when I see something, I'll send it to myself so I can save it for later. I've seen a lot, and I'm talking about a lot. You remember the show Cops? It would show young black men doing etc. in extensiveness. It has been a plethora of dark-skinned black women going against the police. I'm not finna get out the car. I'm not finna give you my license. I'm not finna show you my insurance. I'm not arrested. They'll be stealing out of the store. Don't touch me. I've seen an influx at restaurants where they showing their ass, where they throwing stuff, trash in the place. I have seen, and this brother right here, he came from out of nowhere with this. I was like, that's kind of a broad statement, but it seems that today, though, like darker skinned women, they're more aggressive. They are. And light skinned women, I agree with you, Ali. They've been more of a hothead, the red, be unstable mentally, but they've been more on the like, I'm too pretty to do this. And they're on the I'm finna use my light skin to get be a gold digger, on that end. But as far as aggressive, I gotta agree with the brother.
But is it what you? But is it similar to if we say is most of the dark skinned brothers who commit the crime? So we're gonna say it's most of the dark skinned brothers who commit the most crimes, and most of the dark skinned brothers who the most aggressive too. Like, are we? It seems like a narrative we'll perpetuate that the white society will put on us, and we'll take the encounters that we see and go, oh, you know what? It's mostly dark skinned women. If it's a small fabric or small statistics of the women who even do those things or men that do it. Do we go quickly and go, oh, it's the dark-skinned women who doing it versus light-skinned women who do it as well too?
Well, I'm not going to single it down. Let's just take the skin
Yeah, but
off of it. I understand what you're saying, but I've just seen an influx of women being aggressive, and it's unfortunately our women. No respect of any type of authority. That's where the whole black fatigue came from. It really came from, young black women just acting like Sha'Carri Richardson type stuff.
But do you think most black women act like Sha'Carri Richardson?
Yes. No. Yeah. Ho. Like what you just showed, what you broke down yesterday on Fatty Show, the majority of black women
No. So you think most of the black women are violent?
Yes. They're the first, statistically that's proven. They're the first to spare off on domestic violence. It's just men don't report it. But when women are in emotional spats with the man, it's usually the woman that always strikes the man first. It's not going to leave a mark.
I'm not disagreeing with that. But are we saying, let's say when we're talking about the issues that it happens, once we perpetuate that narrative, we'll have to say that most of our women are violent towards us. Most of your women are violent towards you.
But they are because not towards me, but they are because they've been empowered. We've basically said we've empowered the women.
No. Hold on, truth. You said not towards you. Have most of your women been violent towards you? Why so serious?
Have they mostly been?
Only
Nah.
Only one.
My brother Casimir, has most of the women you encountered been violent towards you?
Well, whenever I had an issue whenever I had an issue with a female, it was usually of a darker appearance of them. They really do love to fight. And the thing is that
that's not what I asked. Hold on, brother. You might have a delay. No, has most of the women you've been with been violent towards you? Most of the black women been violent towards you?
The darker skin ones I'm putting emphasis on.
No, I forget the dark. So that you saying the dark skin ones, but have you dated mostly dark skinned women?
Come on, bro.
You got a delay.
He got a delay.
Yeah, mostly dark skin.
Refresh.
But what I would say is that they only vulnerable to be with because
just refresh real quick. My brother, I am black, my brother. How you doing, my brother? Can you hear me? Does he got a delay too? I am black. You got a delay?
Hey, how you doing, Brad? Thank you for allowing me on the platform.
Yes, sir. You might have to. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Like right away, or
can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you, but you might have a delay.
Yes, sir.
Both of y'all might have a delay, man. I think both of y'all have a delay.
You. I'm responding directly to you.
Okay. Say what comes after 4?
Hold on.
Yeah, see, I think you got a delay.
But
5.
See, yeah, you got it. You know you got a delay, brother. If it took you that long to say 5, you know you got a delay. They about to mischaracterize all of us and say brothers can't count. So you better refresh that, brother.
But no, to answer your question, no, Ali. The majority, no. Only one.
Hey, Casimir, y'all both got to refresh.
I
know, but it took 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Just refresh real quick, family. Just refresh. I'm telling you, trust me, refresh. Hey, and Casimir, you got to refresh too, my brother. Both of y'all refresh.
Hey, Ali, I'm going to be back. I got to charge my phone. I'll be back in about an hour.
Okay, go charge your phone, man. Hey, but my brothers ain't even charging their phones up and stuff. God dang, boy, we looking. Whoo. So this is the thing.
I don't support that.
It like imagine me coming up here and like data wise proving that the dark skinned man is the most violent. They more violent than light skinned men. They commit more crime than light skinned men. And then we talking about dark skinned women. Most of my relationships have been dark skinned women, but I never had a dark skinned woman put her hand. Hold on, let me think about it real quick. No, I ain't never. If I did, kind of little suspect moment. But most of the women I dealt with weren't violent towards me. And most of my women were dark skinned. My lady right now is dark skinned. And most of the times, if I had interactions with women, bougie wise, I would say light skinned women would be a little bougier, but I would say, most stuck up. But most of the time I saw the women that were giving cooperation are more humble with the dark skinned women because of the way dark skinned women were being treated when I was growing up. Like, and the way I see the dark skinned women are, it to me, I saw dark skinned women being more submissive than light skinned women. But I don't want to make it a colorism thing. But a lot of times the light skinned women were getting what they wanted, where black women were working, dark skinned women were working more on their traits and skills because they felt like they weren't desired or ugly because of the narrative society was pushing out while we were in middle school and high school. And still to this day, where a lot of women, white women, like to emulate with the black. She want the big lips, she want the big hips, she want the big booty, she want the big breasts, she want darker skin. But it's typically emulating what the black woman was as well too. So I can't. There's no way I'm gonna jump off the limb and go that dark skinned women are the most aggressive and
I'll hate to
the most violent.
I'm not gonna say dark skinned women are because I'm brown skinned. And so funny, my husband and my children are more your complected, Ali. But what I will say, when a lot of darker toned women, most of them talk about colorism, it's because they may not be that cute.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily due to and they may be a bit overweight. It may not necessarily be due to, I'm not saying colorism doesn't exist, because it does. But
absolutely.
Yeah. But most of the ones that complain aren't the ones that most men are trying to look at, period.
Yeah.
From an aesthetic perspective, respectfully. You know what I mean?
Of course.
They're the average to, below average build.
I will say, growing up, most of the women who fought the most were dark-skinned women. But that's just because they got picked on a lot. Like, they was getting picked on. So they fought. You ain't finna be talking about me pulling. Like, this conversation, because most of the dark-skinned women I know have great hair. Like, so they used to get picked on by their hair because the light-skinned girls used to get perms and hair be braid. It was a lot when we was growing up. But like I said, most of the light-skinned girls or the fair complexion girls, they were, pedestalized most of the time. So they didn't really have to do too much. And then then the dark-skinned girls, as beautiful as they were, they got picked on because, back then, red bone syndrome. Mm-hmm. That's how it used to be. So the dark-skinned women I grew up with, they fought a lot because they most of the time had to defend themselves. And they was fighting women. They was fighting men sometimes, taking books. You ain't even be called my hurt nappy, taking books and going upside his head. Now, when it comes to dating, most of the women I dated was my color or darker. I ain't never had that situation where women put their hands on me. Like we having a conversation, she just haul off and smack me. We have a conversation. Huh? What you saying, Kevin?
But don't you notice for some reason, darker skinned women do force themselves to be accepted? Don't you notice like they do have an easier, character of wanting to get to know you, whereas other ethnic women, they're not easygoing like that. They don't really want to get to know you. It has to be where you got to be close enough to be successful or rich to get a fair-skinned woman just about. But when they're more darker skin, it's always easy to get them because they feel low self-esteem about themselves. They don't have a lot of confidence about themselves. And really, it's a trap-off because they just want to get with you so they can make themselves feel better. It's not about making you feel good. It's about making their lives feel better because they just want acceptance. That's all.
Yeah, but if you say that, and like I said, we jump off that ledge, then you would have to say the light-skinned woman would be even worse because she feels entitled. Like every man that she encountered, hey, she was the princess, she was the queen, she had to do bare minimum. She just had to lay right there. You had to take care of her. We make it worse towards the light-skinned woman if we're gonna go off that narrative as well, too, right? If she was behaving a certain way so she can get validation, then the light-skinned woman didn't have to do anything for you, right? Who was worse in relation? Who would you think ideally is worse to be within a relationship?
Right.
Dark-skinned woman who will humble herself to get some type of validation, or the light-skinned woman. Can you answer that question real quick first, my brother?
Yeah, but why would you want to be with someone who's desperate, holding on to you as a clutch to boost up their confidence? Why would you want someone just to be with you? So
you didn't hold on, you didn't, brother, you didn't answer my question. So let me say it a different way. Would you rather be with a woman who needs you or a woman who don't?
I'd rather be with a woman that I can trust, but I don't want to be with someone who is just
No, brother. This what you're doing right now. And I hate when people get mad when I say this, but a lot of times when I have conversations with my sisters, they will answer it like how you. I didn't ask you none of that, but when you talk to women too and sisters, they will answer that. I'm not saying you a woman either. I don't want you to be offended because I'm not saying it that way. But when I have conversations with sisters and we trying to have men know it's condescending and it's a certain type of way when we ask you a direct conversation, question, and you don't respond back in the same logic. Where when we ask sisters a question, they make it about what we didn't ask. I didn't say none of those words. What I asked you was, would you rather be?
I don't want to be with someone who's desperate. I'm gonna just say I didn't ask you that. I don't want to be with someone who's desperate. That's it.
I didn't ask you that either.
And I'm gonna answer it that way. Okay.
So you're gonna answer it the way you want to answer it.
Okay. Yeah. I don't want to be with someone who is desperate, who is trying to hold on to me.
What you're gonna do going forward is what you're gonna do is hurt your credibility in the conversation, because now you're gonna want to have a conversation the way you want to have it and how you feel based on the conversation as well too. So then the logic just goes out the window.
Okay. I'm not here to be loyal to anybody. I'm not here to be loyal to anybody. But what I'm saying,
I didn't tell you did it again. No. I was asking you to be loyal to logic. I didn't ask you to be loyal to nobody. Okay. You did it again.
Well, what I would say,
hold on. You said you were going to come up here to have a conversation, right? And you wanted to be open-minded about your logic. But now you're telling me you're going to be more emotional than you're going to be logical. I didn't ask you to be loyal to nobody. I asked you to be loyal to logic.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to try to answer it the best way I can. I guess for me, do not want to be with someone who needs me to hold on to make themselves feel good about their low self-esteem, about their self-confidence. If you only want me because you feel I have privilege because I'm light-skinned and you feel left out because of that, and you want to claim the piece of that so-called privilege or that earning, then that's not a good reputation for me to barber with. If you really look at it, for instance, with all this colorism within the Black community, it is divisional. But when you look at these darker skinned people, what do they have to offer other than playing basketball, rap music, whatever? What do they have to offer?
Oh, so you mean in general now? You say you got an issue with dark men and women?
Yeah, because I feel like basically they just want to use someone as cannon fire to boost up their agenda, whatever their propaganda is about. We light-skinned people or whoever else, we don't want to use people as cannon fire to boost up our life or agenda.
So why so serious? Why you using this, man, to boost your own agenda and ego? Like, why y'all doing this to us?
Who we?
No, I'm talking to why so serious, because he's a darkie that's on the panel.
No, I'm saying I want to say I think it's equivalent exchange.
What you mean?
Like, you give me a platform to speak my mind and my opinions, whether people like it or not, and you might not agree with them, but it's also giving you content and people are tuned in. So I look at it as an equivalent exchange. I want to say I'm using you.
No, but hold on. So do you agree with him that the dark skinned women and dark skinned men, all my best friends have been dark skinned? So I don't agree. He's saying that he have issues with dark skinned men and dark skinned women, and they feel entitled in this country. So I'm trying to feel like why you think you so entitled? Why so serious?
I can't answer that question because I'm not entitled to nothing.
So you don't agree with his statements? He's saying
I don't agree. No, I don't. I don't agree with that. And this is coming from I hate bringing it up because I want to apologize for you about that the other day. But if I never told you my ethnicity, you would think I'm Black. I'm not. But
That don't make, but why so serious? See, I wasn't gonna bring that up either, but I think that's an ideology that you got messed up in your brain. Respectfully, like and I think that's a lot of us. So we was colonized all over the world, but for some odd reason, the Asian that's in America know that they are Asian in China and Japan or Korea. The Arab that's here knows he's an Arab in Saudi Arabia and Iran. The European that's here know that he's white in Germany and Ireland and all these and all these other countries. But here we go as black people think that we're separate from the African or other black people all around the world. And I still don't understand that type of conversation. How do you separate yourself from being identified as black when your DNA is sharing similar DNA to that same person that's on the other side of the world? And hence we call it African American.
Yeah.
But how do you see yourself? If I see you as black when I see you, but then you say you're not black, and then you say you African, are you saying that you don't saying the same diaspora as the black man in America versus the fact where you came from? Like, what generation are you? You say you don't say you African.
No, I see that's the thing. People like on the pod the last time, people were making comments. My wife is black. What are y'all talking about? I don't date African women. I grew up in South Memphis. I grew up in Lamar.
No, slow down.
Listen.
No, you moving too fast. Remember, you did this with the hold on, move fast. You told everybody you not black, right? Where do you feel like you're not black? Like, why? What makes you think you're not black? And then you'll tell people you African, but then you with a black woman. What made you be with a black woman if you don't feel like you black? Now you said it. You said it on the last show. You don't identify as black. You don't see yourself as black. And I didn't want.
But I did say I have an affinity because I grew up with it. So
no. Why do you not see yourself as black?
Because the people that I grew up with didn't see me as black. You eat bean pies? Like it got to a point with me where I had to deny the fact that I had to downgrade being Muslim. I had to denounce that to fit in with the same people I grew up with. So now it's like growing up, then when 9/11 hit, I'm Muslim, so I must be a terrorist too. I used to have to fight because my sister didn't wore her jobs. Like, y'all ain't finna be pulling my sister a job.
No, hold on. Look at my name. And I'm light skinned. So you think because people will give me people will give me a hard time because I was associated with Islam or associated with being light skinned versus the way I probably got treated when I got older. And I'll go, you know what? Since they being ignorant, I'm gonna be ignorant too. I'm not black. And I'm not none of these people. You don't think you black because people said you not black?
I never said that. But if
you said no. Why you? Why don't
I do agree that maybe the way I come off is it's a difference between me and my.
Well, why?
It's between me and the people I grew up with. I will say that the way I speak, I will say it, and I be trying to tell people I'm not trying to say one thing is better than the other because at the end of the day, I'm here in America. I'm here raising my kids on this soil. I was born here. I have a birth certificate. The woman I'm with is a woman that's from the same neck of the woods I am. She ain't come from over there. So what I'm saying is, like, when I bring it up, I do have to stop that because I do take pride in the fact that my culture is different. Now, that's one thing I love about, but I think that's also in the Islamic faith, period. I don't know what you are, Ali. I thought you was, I don't know or Islam or Judaic. I don't know. But that's the one thing I need to start doing is just big up in the Islamic culture that I have, because it's more than just black. It's more than just Africans that are Muslim. You got white Muslims. You also got Asian Muslim, which is crazy. I found that out in Japan. You also have black Muslims, the Nation of Islam. And I get why a lot of people in the comments said what they said. When I thought about it in hindsight, I wanted to apologize to you next time I got on because I was like, that wasn't my intention. I'm not trying to separate myself from the next people because I grew up with y'all. I fought with y'all. My homeboys died in my arms black.
No. But Africa is a social construct. That's not a race of people.
But then I'm saying, so what am I supposed to say to people that call me a tether when I'm trying to explain that you a tether by proxy? You are a tether.
What's a tether?
They say people that come from abroad trying to live off the things that black people fought for.
No. So the tether would have been when you say what you said, you would ultimately be a tether. So if you come, a tether is the person that comes from supposedly another country. Well, let's say the African. You come from Africa. You come into this country and assimilate to the black culture, and then you talk down on the black people in the culture, especially if you say you're not black as well too. But you come in the country and you'll talk down on the people while you assimilate to their culture and benefit from the culture. That
So
would be
that's
a
why
tough.
people say it's be condescending when I say that.
But the
Well, yeah,
original FBAs
hold on
came
real
from
quick,
an
hold
immigration
on real quick, my
background.
brother. Hold on real quick, my brother. A lot of people who look black, either you simultaneously can hold black people accountable while addressing the issues with black, or you completely down black people while you're benefiting from being black and the culture of being black.
And the thing is, I'm not trying to be the latter. I'm not trying to talk down on the black community while benefiting off of it. My kids are going to be raised in it, so I want it to be how it was before. I want it to be how it was before desegregation, when the black community stayed together, got together. It was the black dollar circulated within the black community, because my kids are going to have to get raised in this.
No, but how can you say? But how can you say that if you're not black? If you know that if you know the people that look like us was colonized on both sides of the world. And look, I'm associated with Islam and Christianity. My father's side of the family was Seventh-day Adventist. My mother's side of the family was Islam and Muslim, right? But when you think about it, the Arabs. So when you look at Egypt, Egypt was black before it was conquered. The Romans, the Greeks, and the Arabs conquered Egypt, but the original Egyptians were black. It's the cradle of civilization, but they was black. There's no denying it by European philosophers and black. Okay, so when you look at the fact they was black, no matter where you go around the world, the people that look like you and identify with you, it's a DNA cluster, because race doesn't really exist as well too. It's the variations of the DNA and the DNA cluster that determines who people are based on association of the people that look just like you as well too, where Europeans have the youngest DNA cluster, DNA variation. They have the least amount variation. And in Africa, we have the people that look like us had the majority of variations, right? But if the Arabs with Islam enslaved us for way more generations than the European, how do you then differentiate yourself or separate yourself from the people that look just like you? Because the people here taught us to hate Africans, and the people who colonize, your same people colonizing Africans taught them to hate black people.
Because they so brought that up, the 6,000 people who died, and I was trying.
No, but I'm asking you because Africa is still working on decolonizing. There's probably two nations that weren't colonized,
the British
and it's very difficult for us to not be decolonized. We trying to integrate and supposedly have our own identity, but we're still assimilating to the people that's been here as well too. We're not having actually our own identity. Where the Jewish people, they got people that be able to assist them and give them reparations, give them the whole land, other people's land, where we're still disrespected, we're still degraded, it's still held against us for asking for reparations, for asking for our identity, and for asking for a nation as well too. A lot of people now are conforming completely to the identity of the identity this country wants us to have, versus the fact that people used to not want to be assimilated, didn't want to integrate, but it ultimately kind of protected us by integrating, which is this a long conversation. But what I'm saying is every race of people on the face of the earth sees themselves the same. They'll have their fights, majority of them. They'll fight amongst themselves, they'll have their battles, but when it's time to come together to be that race, they'll fight together.
I have a question.
We are the only one of the few ones that go, oh, I ain't them people. We over here, I would say 60, 70 million of us, and there's 2 billion of us on another continent that we say, oh, they're not our people. But the Germans, the Italians, all them people associate with the people over here that look like them, and they still working together. But when you look up black on Google, it's gonna say black Americans. When you look up white on Google, it's worldwide in ethnicity with the people that are Europeans in here as well too. That's crazy to me. So all I'm asking you is, if Asians all see themselves the same, majority of them, see themselves the same, the Arabs and the European white people, think about what happened to us for us to look at each other differently. Even in America in itself, black people look at each other separately. I'm not them. They're not me. That's why we have the so-called people we'll call coons who look down on their own people, and we here. Go ahead, Casimir. But I'm just asking you, just think about when you say that.
Because it's presented.
So
hold on.
I would like to know, why do FBAs claim everybody else, like they say Dominicans as black? If Dominicans, for instance, do not want to claim to be black, even if they physically do look black, then why are y'all so fixed on trying to claim them? And even the Mexicans and even Asians, that we all come from Africa, that we all human, and that we all should get along. I don't believe in that philosophy. It's okay. Whoever doesn't want me, that's okay. I don't want them either. But I think the Black American diaspora is very desperate at times because they just want everybody to accept them, and they see everybody as a friend and actually a brother to them when really they're not. And it just amazes me because if they don't really want to get along with each other so much, which they don't, why do they claim other people who's not even their people from their culture? And when you really study FBA culture, the first original foundation Black Americans came from a tethering immigrational background. Marcus Garvey was a Black tether. A lot of others from the Nation of Islam was also tethers, and the list goes on. So I don't, Farrakhan is Jamaican if you really look at it. So once again, why is these Black Americans so quick to claim everybody else but not each other? It doesn't make sense.
They quick to claim everybody else but not each other. That's the thing I'm saying as well too. We're selective with it. We will claim each other when we want to, and then we'll. So for instance, I've had moments where people, when I was growing up, where people would not say I'm not Black. Then as I got popular, then as I started producing, when I started being a reputable type of person, or even before then when I was playing sports, now I'm Black. And we'll do that to celebrities as well too. So, but we're taught those things. So there's all of us have been, most of us that look like us have been colonized all over the world. And the greatest way to colonize a person is to make them give up their identity while you get them to accept your nationality. So a Black man will say, "Hey, I'm American, but I'm not African. I'm American, but I'm not those Black people over there. I'm not Black people nowhere around the world. I'm an American, but the American as a country doesn't work in the benefit of the person that looks like you. They only accept you as long as you work for them, as long as you think like them, as long as you believe like them. But in reality, once you think a different way, they'll say, 'Hey, Kashmir, take your behind back to Africa.' Hey, why so serious? Take your behind back to Africa." So there must be some similar traits and attributes that we have where we're the same, because once you disagree with them, why they tell you to go back to Africa and me to go back to Africa and Johnny and Coco, all of us to go back to Africa if we're not the same.
But the Africans don't want us because we don't come from
you answer that, brother. That ain't true. That ain't true. I hate repeatedly.
You repeatedly not answering what I asked you. If you disagree with the Black conservative, if you disagree with the white man, a lot of them, and the ignorant ones too. See, I don't conflate all of them. It's the extremity of the ones who are ignorant. All white people aren't ignorant. All Black people aren't ignorant. All Africans aren't ignorant. Everybody knows who is who. Excuse me, I have to stop saying that. The people who are open-minded, who are intellectual, who are edified, who are intentional, you'll know who you are and who you're not, right? So what I'm saying is, why is it if you disagree with the Black conservative or the white man that's ignorant, why do they tell you when you disagree to go back to Africa instead of claiming you as an American as well too, and allowing you to have your own mind as well too, which is the freedom to be an American? Why don't they say, "Okay, my brother"?
Well, guess what? I don't believe in unity. There's no such thing as unity. There's no such thing as unity. There's no such thing as unity because it's all about survival.
I didn't ask you about unity though. So I'll come back to you. You know what I learned to do? You know what I learned to do? If you can't answer my question and you said you didn't care about it anyway, I'll come right back to you. I asked my brother Johnny Bravo, and then I'll come back to you. Maybe you want to answer the question that I asked you, Johnny Bravo. And you may be Black conservative. I don't know. Yeah. Why is it when a Black man disagrees with the Black conservative, or he disagrees with the white American that's ignorant, why they don't acknowledge and allow him to express himself as an American citizen and say, "Okay, I disagree with you, my brother, who is an American citizen." Why do they tell him to go back to Africa?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I'm not too big on race and ethnicity. That's not really my wheelhouse. I'm more of I identify as being Black. I'm not too much on rather I'm African American or Afro Latino. Like I'm more of just.
But what is a Black man? I'm telling y'all, what is a Black? Do you think you have? Do you think you are African?
Do I personally think I'm African? No, I don't. Like
where did you come from?
If I go by my lineage,
well, let me ask you this. Watch this. Let me ask you this. If another country, if China could kidnap you right now and brought you to China and your family over there for 100 years, are you Chinese now, and your family members Chinese now, or are you still American?
I would say they Chinese because they would have been born and raised there.
So
Like
you would
my
claim them as
descendants will be Chinese.
right? Is
Like
that their
further
race or
along.
is that their race or nationality?
I would say that's more their nationality.
And I just want y'all to
I'd
start
say
thinking
race
about
is
how
more, if I give my opinion race, it's more just like how my features would be as far as
right.
who I'd identify with.
I just
Because
want y'all to
nationality, like when I'm born, like I'm born over there, so I'll be considered.
I just want y'all to pay attention to what they've taught us to do versus what the white man will do. He'll tell you he's an Italian. He'll tell you he's Irish. He'll tell you he's German. He'll tell you he's from Australia. He'll tell you he's from all these different places where the black man that look like us will fight so hard to not be associated with nothing that's African. We'll say we black, but not African, even though the country tells you you're African and American. Why you think they answer like that, Coco? Why you think there's black men or black conservatives or even ignorant white people who will tell somebody to go back to where they came from, but if the white man disagrees with you, they won't tell them to go back to where they came from. They're allowed them to be an American citizen who disagrees.
Well, who has been merciful to us, Africa or America?
Ask Coco. Until you answer my question, my brother, don't even ask another question. I'm still trying to get you to answer that question because you deflected from my question. So instead of me over pursuing, what I'm doing now is if you can't answer my question, you can't ask a question until you answer my question.
So what is the question you want me to answer? What is it?
Why does the black conservative and the white ignorant person tell a black person who disagrees with them to go back to Africa instead of disagreeing with them? Oh, go ahead.
Because they feel in their eyes that we are all the same from the continent, supposedly. But I don't care what they think, supposedly, because I don't believe in unity because there's no such thing as unity. Each tribe, each nation of people is a traitor amongst each other. And that has been proved for centuries. So who cares about whatever a person feels about your nationality or your culture or heritage? Many people from your culture and heritage will always turn against you. If everybody was to go back to Africa from a so-called black descent, they would never claim us. They would never accept us. That's why you have so many Africans migrating to America for a better life, migrating to Europe for a better life, because even their own people treat them like dirt there all the time. So what does it matter about you being proud of your culture, your heritage, when your own people will stab you in your back before somebody else would?
Because you came up here talking about, hold on, you say don't care about it, then why you talked about colorism? Why did you talk about dark-skinned men?
No, I talked about colorism because darker-skinned people seem to be more desperate to be.
Let me finish, please. You said who cares about what they think, and you came up here speaking about dark-skinned men and dark-skinned women. So obviously you care about it, and you care about identity politics as well too. But it's the same way people who will speak about identity politics will tell you that's not what they actually believe in, but you do believe in it. Like what? So who are you? Are you a black or are you American? What are you?
I don't claim what Black Americans claim. I don't claim what Africans claim.
I didn't ask you.
I am a person of color. No, I am a person of color, but
hold on, brother. Yeah, I'm just going. Hey, brother, I didn't ask you none of that. I asked you, who are you? What are you? Like, who are you? What do you identify with?
I am a person of color. I'm not Caucasian, but I don't claim the Black community. I don't claim their religion. I don't claim Africa because I'm not African. I would know that I'm African if I was from Africa. I would know that. So I don't claim those people. I don't claim the normal Black American culture because I don't identify with their life. I don't live the same life they do. I don't believe in their gods. I don't believe in their religion. So I'm an individual. So what I would say to that is I don't believe in unity. I believe in survival. For my purpose, I don't care about joining this clique, joining this team, whatever you people do. I don't do what you people do. I'm me. I'm an individual.
Right, which means you hate. You ultimately, honestly, you hate yourself because you identify as a person. Let me finish. You listen. I let you expound. I let you expound and give a context. Stop. Let me speak, and then you can speak. You do hate yourself because you said, "Who cares about what people think about you?" You came up here talking about colorism. Now you say you don't associate with the black community, but you're a person of color. What person of color? What? And that means, and you also follow the narrative of what this country pushes, as if the black community is conflated to the ignorance, to self-degradation, to violence, to all these things that you probably look at black people about. Why are you not proud about being what person of color you identify with? Like, why do you look down on the black community as if the black community is the minority of whatever you look down on?
Why does his opinion matter so much?
Crip Jesus, hold on. This is a conversation. Please don't come in here real quick saying why it matters when it's a conversation. Why don't
I'm
you
saying
like
his opinion doesn't matter.
His opinion matters. Everybody's opinion up here matters. I'm not that type of person. I'm having an actual conversation with somebody.
No, his opinion doesn't matter as
Hey,
far as
Crip
like
Jesus,
the
hold
black
on.
community.
No, it matters. That's
The
our
black
problem.
community.
Though. It does matter.
He moves and shakes nothing in the black community.
Hey, Crip Jesus, can you hold on,
He's a peon
please?
in the black community. He's nothing to the black community.
Okay.
I don't claim the black community. I don't claim them. That's
right. Why not? Why not?
Because they are desperate. They need everybody to join them. So that's weak. Who wants to join people who needs everybody to join them? If you really look at it, the only reason why Malcolm X was destroyed by his own people was because he spoke the truth. He was fair-skinned. He was mixed with Caucasian. If you really look at it in a sense, Rosa Parks, the same thing as well, Adam Clayton Powell Jr. The only people that has really stand up to help the black community was fair-skinned, biracial, mixed-race black people, supposedly, that did come along to help the black community. What has the darker-skinned black community done for each other? Not a damn thing, nothing. Even white people have given black people a chance to earn their privileges. Even white people have done more for black people.
Speak.
Yes, of course.
Me too. Like, well, you know what?
Hold on. Hey, hold on real quick. Hey, y'all. My channel is not a channel to be triggered. Okay, just know where y'all at right now. Right, this is a channel where we had an actual conversation, whether somebody being ignorant or not, whether somebody being intentional or not. This is to have the conversation. So if someone doesn't associate themselves with the black community and looks down on the black community and they see themselves as an outsider, somebody else, there's nothing wrong with to have the conversation. Let's have the conversation without nobody being their feelings. Of course you can't.
He said dark skin. He said dark skin.
And again, if you can't,
I'm not triggered at all. I want to give my long list of dark skin.
So hold on
to the American history.
And I actually hold. And why you talking over me? Then why you talking over me? And I'm gonna mute up. And if you talk over me, I'm gonna start muting up because I care about the conversation. I'm not in the feelings. I'm gonna let Coco go, then Crip. You can go right after her. But again, let's have the conversations. If you can't, if I'm asking you to control your feelings, and I think it's understandable if you are in your feelings because this is it's a emotional conversation. It's something that can trigger people. But I'm asking y'all to have an open-minded conversation, please. Go ahead, Miss Coco.
You might have to skip over me. I'll come back. My daughter's screaming in the background, but I'll be back.
Of course, I understand. Keep hope alive. Crip Jesus, go ahead, my brother.
You muted, Crip Jesus.
Muted, Crip Jesus. You muted.
Oh, he's still part self. Peace. In the spirit of Black History Month, it's three things we're gonna have to address here, and in the spirit of Ramadan. First of all, the whole concept that just because you're melanated or descended from the E1B1 Y DNA haplogroup, you have to choose between Africa or America is racist to begin with. If you look at, especially in the Islamic culture, if you look, we've been traveling. When I say we, I mean people from Mali, Mauritania, Ghana, Senegal, and people from over here in places such as Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, and the Caribbean have been crisscrossing, zigzagging back and forth between Africa, Europe, and the Americas long before European even knew how to touch a boat because they were in the dark ages. I don't know if y'all read books or not, but they were in the dark ages. Most of Europe couldn't even read when most of our ancestors were riding boats back and forth across Europe, Africa, and the Americas. And these people can be named, such as Leif Erikson, such as Mansa Musa's predecessor, Abu Bakr II. You know, I can go on and on with these names. I'm not ignorant at all. Then on top of that, he said he doesn't claim the Black community. The Black community is a colloquial term. That's like when Spanish people say we're brown and we're proud, or like causing Asians yellow. It has nothing to do with claiming your actual lineage. If you don't know who you are or what you are, brother, that's too bad. Just say that. Some of us know who we are. Some of us can say, my grandmother was Cherokee. I'm Gullah Geechee. I'm Choctaw. I'm Chickasaw. What happens is those who aren't able to claim their lineage get jealous. We see this in the white community as well. Those certain white individuals, especially that you find in trailer homes, that don't really know their lineage, just have a color to identify with, they're very racist. You see the same thing in the black community. Those that don't know how to identify or have any lineage to draw back to, even in the gang culture.
He breaking up.
Why so serious? You gonna speak to my brother?
It's cause
now. By the way, remember he said he not part of the black community as well too, and you denounced the black community as well too.
I don't denounce it. Don't do
you
it.
said yes, you did. No, when you say you're not black, you're denouncing your blackness. You're saying you're not black. You are associated with the nationality of there's America, there's Africa, the continent of Africa. You ain't even saying what country or what
I
location.
always say country.
Oh well, okay. You say the nationality. You'll pick a nationality or you'll pick the continent. Where over here, Ali,
no, you ain't gonna do that. I always say Sudan.
Oh my bad. Hold on. How long you been living here?
I've been living here my whole life.
Are you American?
Yeah.
Hold on real quick.
I have a birth certificate.
Got your ass.
And that's what that's what a black man will call themselves American, but won't call themselves black. That's crazy.
Saying, what you want? I'm saying I was born on American soil.
What if you were born on American soil? Would you be black?
I would. Yes.
You American later, right?
I mean, come on, Ali.
Okay, so what would you be if you were in Africa first? Before you
If I was in Africa, I'd be Sudanese. I would be Sudanese.
No, before that.
What you mean?
Would you be black?
Over there, coming over here, or just being over there?
You still not understanding.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. I think I break that down because
Ali, I think I can. Okay.
What would a white man? Go ahead, my sister.
What would a black man
hold on, real quick.
Monkey.
So I'm the daughter.
Artie,
I'm the daughter of Nigerian immigrants. So black is just the umbrella of melanated people from Africa. And then you have
no fucking Africa
that have been carved up from
these black people outside
European,
Africa. Let me back up here.
I'm sorry. Nations in Africa that have been carved out by the European powers. Then you have ethnic groups of people that may have not wanted to be within the borders that have been made by these European nations. And that's why you see a lot of infighting with different countries in Africa, because they, not just in Africa, but in Eastern Europe, because of what the major powers have carved up the world, essentially, outside of China and Southwest Asia, but they have their own concerns too. So I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to make this really quick, but because the dog and the children are going crazy in the background. But I say all this to say is I'm with the ethnic group Igbo, and not all people in my ethnic group get along. What has us uniformed is the culture and the language, particularly, and the area of land that we came up in. But even with that, there's infighting in every group, and that's normal and that's okay. The main difference is that there's standards that all groups have. So I identify with Black people because I'm in the umbrella of what Blackness is. I grew up in Southwest Houston, Texas, which, is an urban area. But I also grew up within the subculture of ethnic Nigerians. Now, there's a lot of misconceptions between both groups about each other.
Facts.
But when you grow up and you live amongst the people, you realize good people are, period. And then you disassociate yourself with the ones that are not. So yes, I am Black. I'm a Nigerian American, and my ethnic group is the Igbo. And I'll go and make sure the house is not coming down. I'll be back.
Hey.
Can I finish what I was saying?
Yes, sir.
So anybody can say what they is. It's like the trans thing. I'm this, I'm that, I'm that, I'm this. You can fly somewhere else and learn a new language and say you're that tomorrow. It doesn't matter what you say you are. What you looking at, what you hearing right now is a real black man. From my gums to my teeth to the way my arm is shaped, it didn't matter what I made up in my mind. It didn't matter if I said I'm a unicorn tomorrow. You feel what I'm saying? This is real life. Like I said, E1, B1, Y DNA haplogroup, Mr. Casimir Kennedy. There goes some science for you to go study. You feel what I'm saying? This does not have to do with a language or a religion or a history, because there's black people in Asia. There's black people in Africa. There's black people in South America with different languages, different religions, different cultures, different histories. It has nothing to do with slavery. It has to do with DNA, genetics. Okay? So it's like you can claim to be whatever you want to be. It sounds cute. It sounds cool, but it has nothing to do with the reality. You feel me? Now, when you get into languages, to me, not to be disrespectful, but when you get into culture and languages, it's kind of stupid because black people are the original people of planet Earth. We have so many languages and cultures that conversation can go on. You can do volumes and volumes and volumes for 10 years. And it's not only limited to Africa. I don't agree with that. There's black people in Australia called Aboriginals. There's black people in India called Dravidians that are pitch black. Pitch black. Gums black, feet black, hands black. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm black because I'm black. It doesn't have nothing to do with you having to identify or want to be in. The only reason you're so adamant about expressing your lack of identity with the black community is because you have no community. A person who's Jewish that's dark skinned doesn't have to keep saying, I'm not with the black community. I'm not with the black community. You don't have a community. So the thing is, because you have no community, you spend your whole time talking about how you don't identify the black community. But the truth is not that you don't identify the black community, it's that you have no family and no friends. So you have nobody that's black per peer to identify with because you're isolated, you're a loner. See, if you went to a school full of people who identify as black and had girlfriends who identify as black and lived a culture that with people that identify as black, that'd be your black experience. Because you have a lack of black experience, you have no black identity. That has nothing to do with the rest of us. We don't need to hear you keep repeating that over and over. You know what I'm saying? The black man goes back before even written history. Little boy. So really, the concept of black goes to the way your nose is shaped, those big ass lips you got, that bullshit hair you didn't get cut. This is what they're describing. Now, you believe you're not black, that's cool. But I can tell by the look on your face and the fact that you chose to come to this live and keep saying, I'm not in the black community.
Oh, hold on, like Crip Jesus. One thing too. Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I know. When I say stop,
well, why
stop.
do you claim me? Why do you claim me though? Since that's the case, why do you claim me? Why do you want?
Both of y'all. I'm not doing the. We're not going back and forth right now to each other. Let's not disrespect each other. Like you still talking in the background. I don't know if you realize you off the stage. We're not going at each other. We're trying to have an open-minded conversation. If that's what he feels, it can be addressed. What you feel, it can be addressed as well too. We trying to just have the conversation. There could be a lot of ignorance being spoken up on here right now. Let's just have the conversation. I'm not trying to do
you want everybody to join you.
No one said that.
You want everybody to join you because you feel.
I didn't say that. You speaking emotionally, brother. Who said that? I don't want everybody to join me. That's not what it's about. We trying to have a conversation. I didn't say I want people to join me. He's still back there talking.
I'm with you, Ali.
You got 5 minutes, man. Like you got 5 minutes back there, or you can leave. Like I can't keep doing that. Again, Crip Jesus. If people got identity issues, let's have a conversation. We could be having the identity issues. The point of this is to have the conversation, man, without letting it get derailed all the time and go to ad hominems and making it emotional. I don't want to make everybody can go somewhere else and make an emotional conversation and get in their feelings. Let's have a logical conversation. When you could feel how you feel, and you have every right to feel how you feel, but let's have a logical conversation, man. Can we do that?
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
I ain't gonna lie, Coco just explained it so well. What I have been, and I guess the way I project is coming off. When I was growing up, the only thing that separated me from my neighbors who was, black, it was the culture. Like that's the only thing. Like I didn't know nothing about race like that. I didn't know none of that. All I know is these people love being around me. I love playing football with them, basketball with them. It wasn't until as I got older and then different things started to come. Like when my sister and them started going to school, they can't show their body off. So now they have to wear hijab. They got picked on. That's when I started seeing differences. So people telling me, you, what are you? I have to pray 5 times a day. I can't do that in Memphis City schools like that. So now I'm getting ostracized. You giving him fair treatment to go leave the room doing this test because he got to go pray. I want to, like, it was certain things that came up that made me think like, am I different from these folks? Because they cry just like I cry. And they bleed just like I bleed. I lost the same homies that they lost to the gang wars, to car accidents, to drowning in pools at pool parties. But like the real testament to make me start like saying I'm really gonna claim being what my ethnicity was when 9/11 hit, and the same people I grew up with, you Muslim, you a terrorist. So now I'm like, I've been here with y'all my whole life. How am I a terrorist? Well, you believe what they believe. No, and I'm like, no. So what am I to y'all? Well, you are homie, but you not black. They start telling me that you not black because your mama speak a certain language. Your dad speaks a certain language. Your mom and your dad in the house. You got to pray 5 times a day. You don't eat pork. You value marriage and relationships because I always wanted to be married as a kid. What you want to be when you grow up? Married with 12 kids. Like people used to, so that made me look at it like damn. And then like I said, excuse my friends, but when I grew up, I started to fit in with my friends. I ain't Muslim. Nah. I started going to church, knowing doggone well I don't feel nothing. No disrespect to the Christians. I don't feel nothing stepping inside the church. I feel something stepping inside the mosque. That's why when people like so what I'm trying to get people to see is because the way Coco explained it and Ali put me on blast with it. The only thing that's, in my opinion, that separates the nationality and the race is the culture. It's your culture, it's your upbringing and your cultural background. Basically, how you was raised in your household. I noticed now in hindsight, I had it way better than the people that I wanted to be with. I wanted to be in the stelos and the stolen cars with my homie, knowing they stolen, not knowing that they stolen, because it's fun to be with them. I wanted to be out all night. I didn't want my mom to stay at home and my dad have to go to work, and then they isolate. When she at work, he at home. When he at home, I didn't want that. But not saying that's just all about the community. That's just what the neighborhood I was staying in. But that's all I can.
But that would mean you had a subculture within the culture. You still part of the culture. What makes you different outside the fact that you had parents from a different country and the fact that they probably both 2 married parents and you have an Islamic background? You still part of the culture. Yeah. You still black.
So, but Ali, I understand what he's.
I understand what he's saying as well too. I went through similar things. Hold on, my brother.
Am I wrong for saying what I'm saying, Ali?
Hey, brother, please control yourself, man. You like you was talking all about dark skinned people. You making light skinned people look bad. Like a light skinned person on the panel can't control themselves. They talking. So if dark skinned people doing all this damage, why you can't control yourself, my brother, and have a conversation? I asked to have the conversation without being triggered in our emotions. You still staying in your emotions.
No, I wanted to talk about this because he said he's a Muslim.
And you laying on your bed with your hand behind your head, my brother. You got to get up out the bed, family. We having a conversation.
Like, bro, you looking way too.
Doesn't matter. Why you black people always judgmental? Come on, man. Hold on. Why you black people always judgmental? Come on.
I'm light. Hold on. Hey, y'all, I'm light skinned. I said it. I want a dark skinned person. I light skinned person.
Okay, but y'all always criticizing somebody. I don't do that. I don't really care what a person do.
Now you contradicting yourself because you say you're not part of the community. So why you say y'all? Like, are you part of us or you're not part of us? Are you me? Are you light skinned like me?
I'm not a part of y'all.
He don't have no community.
You don't look really too much light skinned. I don't need a community. I don't want a community. Here's the thing.
No friends and no family.
Here's the thing.
It won your turn. You deflected. I'll come back to you.
No friends and no family.
Well, I'm sorry. Can I ask Ishmael, Chris? Were you ever called the African booty scratcher? Because I was called the African booty scratcher.
Hold on, y'all. Please, can y'all see what I'm trying to do? My brother, I don't want to mute you or take you off the stage. Can you just control yourself, my brother? I'm gonna come right back to you so you can have your questions as well too. But they were talking. Please, man. I want you up here. I don't want to take you down. And you light skinned. We trying to be part of the light skin coalition.
In the spirit
Okay.
of Black History Month, flush this nigga.
Can I get
My brother Stu hasn't talked yet. And you can't be talking. Majority of my supporters is dark skinned. I can never go at the dark skinned brothers, man. You must be crazy. All my best friends is dark skinned. All my ladies, maybe except for 1 or 2, is dark skinned. So it's crazy that we having these conversations where we do the colorism conversation, and not saying the colorism doesn't exist, but when we keep trying to take the minority of people and conflate them with all of us, it's crazy. No other race of people have been taught to do that but us. We want to conflate the Black community with the less than 1% of the population that's in prison, less than 1% population of people that's deleting each other, less than 1% of the population who blatantly ignorant towards each other, and you're gonna look at it the way you've been taught to look at Black people, my brother. So again, the Black community, you have to stop conflating it with the aspect of the hood you're looking at, because there's great people that's in the hood as well too. It's a minority of people in the gang culture. It's a minority of people deleting each other and banging on each other like that. Go ahead, my sister Coco, and then why so serious? Excuse me, Stu first, and then Coco, I'll come back to you.
All right. Well, before I get into my tirade, Ali, pleasure. Thank you for having me on. Coco,
Much love to you, my brother.
Queen sister. Pleasure to meet you. Johnny Bravo, Crib, Casimir, and when Why So Serious comes back, I'll bring him as well. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. But Ali, I think you remember the other night.
Your mic and volume is going. It's kind of
I'm
messing.
sorry. My bad. You remember the other night?
It's because it's dark skin. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, my bad. You remember the other night when I was on the panel with you and Shishat and I believe it was Tia we were on with?
Yes, sir. The sister that was a queen without a king, right? That one.
Yeah. And I brought up the term societal psychological indoctrination.
Yes, sir.
Why do you think this colorism conversation even came up?
It was taught to us.
It's because that's what's happened to us over the last 50 years in this society. One side is promoted, the other side is denigrated.
Mm-hmm.
Simultaneously, it's happening. I brought up the example the other night. I said, which one do you think that was the highest grossing and right now higher streaming movie? Waiting to Exhale or Set It Off? Waiting to Exhale. Why? Because that was women uplifting themselves while at the same time putting down men. Why do you think we're in this society right now that we're in, where women literally? I also asked this question.
No, but I want to keep this on brothers right now. This is a brother conversation. I don't hold on. I know, but let's stay with the brothers on brothers. There's brothers that feel like they're not part of the Black community. There's brothers who believe they're not even from the African community as well too. So
that's part of the societal psychological indoctrination.
Okay.
That's why that happened. Where you got now all of a sudden, before it was Black people united. Didn't matter what we looked like. We were Black, we were one. Now it's team light skin, team dark skin.
Hey, don't be talking about my light skinned people now.
No, I'm not.
I'm joking.
But I know. But let's think about it. Think about how it is. Team light skin, team dark skin. Why is it not team melanin? Regardless of it's light or dark. So that's why I say this whole colorism thing between the Black community, that's by design. That's why this conversation, Casimir, my brother, I mean you no disrespect. I'm not coming at you. Well, when you said I'm an individual, look on this panel and tell me one person you see that's not an individual. We're all individuals. But as a collective, when we come together as a people, because one thing that we all have in common in this nation is the fact that we're Black. That's it. Now, the more we educate ourselves, the more we'll have in common and the more understanding we'll have as who we are as a community. But we're going to keep having this fight by design. We got to stop that, man.
Right. Let's see if
Literally,
why
they will
so
not
serious
tell
learn.
you
Let's
that.
see if why so serious learn. Hold on real quick while you saying that. Why so
And why so
serious?
serious? You were going
What,
early
what's
when I started. Let me greet you and say, pleasure to meet you, brother.
What up? What up?
what's the nationality you say you come from, my brother?
Me?
No, my brother. Why so serious?
Okay.
Sudan, South Sudan to be exact, not Sudan.
Okay, South Sudan. So you know that black, the identity wise is the people who come from the sub-Saharan African ancestry, right?
Yeah, I'm learning it.
Yeah. So are you black?
Yeah, I'm black.
Okay, my brother
I'm about to
learning
say
today.
because the modern day Sudanese
That's
are
what
the
I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
but
talking about.
I just like Casimir said something that really it almost triggered me. It ain't that I'm gonna because I can give him insight.
Before you go, I had my moment of that. I had my moment of epiphany as well too. I was going through a lot of things because I was light skinned. My mama was from a different country. I spoke different.
Dominican?
I spoke two languages. I would get biased towards me because I was light skinned as well too. I easily could have been like, man, bump dark skinned people, bump black people in general. I'm just rocking with what my brother Casimir is talking about, which I can identify with as Casimir is talking about, and people can get lost in the sauce, just like dark skinned people can go at light skinned people, just like Africans can go against Americans, just like all of us could just be down at each other. But once you edify yourself and look at the background as what happened to us, just like my brother Stu said, you find out all of it was done for us to go against each other. How many of y'all can talk to your family members and speak about your uncles and aunts and grandmothers and the colorism they went through in the house they lived in? You know, we had family members that was dealing with colorism previously because of things that's going on in this country. When people, whoever was closer to light was closer to white. You know, if you closer to dark, and that's going back to even the plantation, the light-skinned Negro or the house Negro was light, the dark-skinned Negro would be outside, he'd be the field Negro. So it dates back even to then when black people were being separated from each other as well, too. You ain't have to be from Africa. Over here, we were being separated.
I think what Casimir represents is a very small minority. I'm around light skin. I'm actually Creole, bro. I'm just dark skinned, but my family's from Louisiana. Like my grandpa and them, like we got all type of people in my family. My brother, all his baby mamas is mixed. Like I everybody around. My best friend is Belizean, and we from South Central LA, and half his hood is Belizean. Like I hear all these different things, but I'm in the black community, nigga. I be in New York, I be in Detroit. Black people fuck with everybody, bro. Straight up, homie. Black is an umbrella term, bro. It's not even just Africa. Like we fuck with the black Indians, the black Australians. Every hood I go to where there's the marginalized, you get the ostracized, the others, bro. We fuck with everybody. We are the original people. It's like that everywhere we go. Even in Africa, it's like that. In Africa, it's not just all dark-skinned people. Like, are you fucking serious?
Hey, Crip. Farrakhan said something that was the most knowledgeable thing any of us could ever hear. Black is not a color. Black is the essence in which all color comes from.
Yeah.
When the world was created, when God created the world, remember, existence, it was dark, it was black, it was void, no color, nothing. It was just desolate. He created the world. Okay, if he created the earth and it was just a molten rock, how is the earth that we see today full of all these colors that we see? Well, not just from the
me personally, bro,
from the space visual.
I don't deal with the color though. I'm not talking about the color. I'm talking about the people. We have a certain shape of lip. We have a certain. That's why I said E1, D1. I know people don't like science or whatever, but I'm letting y'all know. Go look this shit up when we leave this.
No, this is what I'm getting to.
DNA.
That's what I'm getting
Hold
to.
on. Let him land. Crip Jesus, let him land, and then you respond, my brother. That's all, my brother. That's all.
That's what I'm getting to. When we go back and we sit back and we look at that space view of the globe that we live on, how much color do you see? And then when you come down to its surface, how much more color do you see? That all was derived from the blackness in which we were all created from. Black is not a color. It is an essence in which all color comes from. So when we say the cradle of life is in Africa, well, we all know niggas that look like us are what were in Africa in the very beginning. Everything else, every other skin color, and it all came from us. So when you asked Casimir earlier, why do we claim all of those cultures? Because those cultures originated in Africa. And here's the secret that the world will not allow you to believe, Casimir, and to everyone else listening. I don't want Casimir to think that I'm singly focusing on him and trying to point him out. I'm not. This is something that I'm going to give for everybody. What is the most mythological but the most sought out place in the human history?
The Nile River.
Atlantis. Do y'all know where that was located? Y'all know that 3-ring circular formation in Northwest Africa called the Reshat Formation? That's actually where it was located. But they can't tell you that that's where it is, because then that literally diminishes white supremacy, because the greatest civilization that they
let him hold on, Casimir. If you've been following
known civilization
that Stu Land
that
Crip
they
Jesus was going to
all
respond. You can
look
come right after
for
him.
and try to find is Atlantis, but they will never admit that that was a black culture. That was a black kingdom. And what they will not tell you is once that diminished, Egypt was created and founded after that. It's by design to separate us all, because we are all one people. It's by
Go ahead,
design.
my brother. Go ahead, my brother Crip Jesus.
So I was saying is that I understand the brother's saying, but to me that encompasses a lot of people. What I'm saying is, as far as this group that's called Black here in North America, from Northeast New England down to Arizona, up to Oregon and Utah, okay, that speak English, that got kinky hair, full lips, and broad noses, okay, that have been here for centuries, right? We have a certain DNA group. We got to stop letting people like Casimir even have microphones. We got to start studying, start reading. I'm a goddamn gang member and know this type of stuff. It's getting embarrassing out here. Like, we need to start reading, start studying, start saying DNA, start saying historical names and places. Stop just saying black, brother, black, African, black, like brother said about Atlantis. No, exactly. The Ripshot Triangle. These are real things that can't be denied, that have nothing to do with opinions or feelings. We're stuck in the conversation of feelings because we're not bringing any facts to the table. This brother brought names, dates, places. That's what we need to be listening to. People like him, that's air pollution. That's CIA bullshit. I don't know who this dude is. It's just a
I asked you, Crip Jesus. I asked you not to do that.
Not
Come
to do
on,
what?
man. No, to make it go there. Just had a conversation.
Go where? What am I saying? That's so wrong.
But you mean you blatantly trying to offend the brother? You say you don't know who he is
offending him
because of what the words you're using. Just you just different from what he believes in. That's it. If you don't know how to offend somebody, then you might not be that intellectual. That's like me saying something like that. If I say, "Hey, you don't know how to offend somebody," then you must not be that intellectual. If you claim to be intellectual and you don't know how to offend somebody, or when you do offend somebody, then you're not that intellectual. Is that offensive?
Can you tell me what I said that was offensive?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you that. No, you watch your. You should know what you just said.
I know what I just said. I don't remember it being offensive.
Okay, well, just don't use them words again, please. Go ahead, Casimir.
Okay, so I understand about the ancient history of Black people. I do know about that, about the Moors, how they conquered Italy, and how they was 1 minute Hebrew, the next minute they was Muslim. But all that now is garbage today. It holds no weight. That's not a beneficial factory for the Black descendants today. There is no Black empire that is in self-control. If you go to Ethiopia, it's a hellhole. They in Israel for a better life. My point to you is that any black community is a wasteland because they don't have their own independence. And it doesn't matter what religion they practice. If the Arabs don't even want the black Muslims, then you're not even a damn Muslim. That's what it comes down to, because Islam started with Muhammad, who was a racist slave master against African black people in the first place. So if you really notice something, whatever black people have created, it always has been taken away from them. Now, what are they going to do? Are they going to help themselves grow as a people, or are they going to keep turning their backs on each other? Because it seems like they're just destined to do that.
So who? But
can
you
I
want
respond to Casimir?
Can you? Can he? I need him to tell us.
Why is he
who
like
are
the
we?
star of the show? Fuck what he think. Okay, he said what he think. Have you ever heard of View Park, Windsor Hills, Casimir?
Can you control your mouth?
Hold on.
Can you control your mouth? No, like it's crazy, man. Like we so hotel, we so woke, we so intellectual, we don't know how to close our mouth. You can tell who actually edified, who intellectual, who intentional by if their ability to control themselves. You can't control yourself just like he couldn't control himself earlier. Can you control yourself? Then stop. It's not your turn. It's not your turn to talk. Then it's not your turn to talk.
I got offended by what he.
Come on, man. Come on, man. We grown. You a grown man. You a grown man. You a grown man. Let him talk.
I'm a grown man. I'm a black man too.
Okay, so let him. So I said, let's have a conversation. Let's not be offended.
I'm having a conversation. Stop trying to censor me.
Hey, Crib Jesus. Nobody trying to censor you. You said that. You said that man. What he was talking about was air pollution. He on that BS. You already going at the man.
It is air pollution. Just like he said.
I'll let you down there for 5. I'll let you back up just like I let you. Go ahead, cuz. I got
quiet. I got offended by it, but I got quiet.
Okay. So
what part did you get
basically
what part? Hold on,
he's talking about the ancient history.
Hold on. What part did you get offended by, Watch those stories?
The fact of what he said about how the start of Islam and Muslim faith began, like a lot of people who like I've read parts of the Bible. I've read parts of the Judaic text. So I have somewhat of an insight, but people do notice that when y'all talk about Bible scriptures and Christianity, if I ain't got nothing to say, I'm just not gonna speak on it. A lot of people will speak on something they don't read. I believe you never read the Quran.
No. Why so serious?
I'm making it personal.
What? No. What part? No, brother. Answer. What part of it were you offended by?
The part where he was like, man, that it basically he's saying that the start of the Islamic faith is based off terrorism and slavery. Because he said Muhammad was a slave racist. When we already know most people in this world are racist. Everybody has some type of stereotypical type towards every other race of people. Racism is this with everybody. Now, racists exist. Now, racism is two different things. Actually putting physical force and certain things towards a different race of people, that's racism. But everybody has stereotypes of races of people and nationalities of different. If you see a Chinese person driving down the street, he shouldn't be driving. They can't see. Everybody have that. If you see a Mexican person with 16 people in the Ford Focus, that's a stereotype. But just to say that like that, with what real context do you have? I should have just asked him, what real context do you have by saying that?
Okay.
I should have asked that. I got when he said it, I muted myself and cut the camera off because I was man, because he said something earlier where he said
feedback. Hey brother, why your feedback is hard? You got like headphones or your feedback is really bad.
Me?
No, Casimir's.
Yeah, there's an echo.
Casimir,
there's a real bad echo.
Yeah, mute yourself.
No, but why is your feedback? I wonder why his feedback is that bad. You got something playing in the background?
No.
Somebody.
The feedback is really bad, brother. It's him. You got any headphones or anything?
So no. So can I answer his question?
Yeah, go ahead. But when you finish talking, please.
Another point.
No. You didn't. Yeah, ask this question, and then you respond. He finally gonna answer a question.
So basically, from what I studied, that okay, there's a hadith, or supposedly there's a claim that if you was to ever say that the Prophet Muhammad was a black man, you should be killed. Also, Muhammad did call the Ethiopians raisin heads, so he was a racist. But the point is that what makes it look like now everybody become a Muslim. Okay, fine. Anybody become a Muslim, but it is still owned by an Arab nation, which was the Arabs, the Arabians that came from Muhammad's bloodline. And you have to speak Arabic in order to really be a true Muslim.
That ain't true either.
Anyway, you recite the Quran, you have to speak Arabic. So the point is that still, when you look at Islam, it's still a racist religion because Muhammad did take out time to have black African slaves under his kingdom. He never had his people as a slave, but he did have African slaves, but he never enslaved his Arab people. He might have killed some of his people, but
What's
he
your
didn't put them in
source?
slavery the way how he
Where
did
you getting
Africa.
this from?
What's the true source? Well, history itself.
Do he read Hadith? Kashmir, you read Hadith?
Huh?
You a Muslim? You read Hadith or something? Where you get all this information about Muhammad from?
I don't speak Arabic.
So how you got
I
this
can
information
never be
about
a
Muhammad?
Muslim. I can never be a Muslim because I'm not Arab.
Mr. Crib,
Hold on, y'all. Can you? He asked you where you got the information from, but why so serious in the Crib Jesus? Was Muhammad black or was he Arab?
Muhammad was black.
He was black because what people fail
That's
to
why I was
realize
wondering this whole shit he's talking. I'm like,
because listen. I'm gonna give you a backstory.
Hold on.
No, he
y'all
wasn't.
saying
He was
Muhammad.
not black.
The original Arabs are black. Yes, they are. The tribe of Catan.
No, he wasn't.
Hold on, Ishmael
Yes, they are.
created
They
the
right there above
So-
Yemen.
So,
How do you know? When did you become
so
the
why
master
in the
Muslim,
hadith
Kashmir?
it says that his
How you-
armpits was
when did you
white?
start studying
Because
so
of
much about
Templars,
Islam?
man.
Why in the hadith?
When did you start studying so much about
Why
Islam?
in the
Kashmir?
hadith it
That's
say
gonna
that
get
his
that's
armpits
gonna
was
make a
white?
conversation.
Why does it say that his armpits was white?
You don't know
you know
Why does it
nothing
say
about
that his hair
Islam,
is
but you
Y'all see why I don't like emotion. Like it's the things. Like I don't care if you can be offended, and you have every right to feel this. What I could be offended right now. Y'all don't even know it. If we actually,
like I said, I'm just asking.
Let's have a conversation. How are we gonna have a conversation? People just screaming.
To the point of him saying that Muhammad was an Arab. From what I've read in the Bible, because my name Ismail. People who's Arabic know what that means. Ishmael is in the Bible and in the Quran, right? If I'm not mistaken, Abraham had Ishmael, then he had Isaac. Ishmael got banished, and from what I've studied and what I've been taught, Ishmael created the first stone in Mecca, which is the pilgrim. Everybody, most Muslim men go have their pilgrimage there, the rite of passage. If Abraham led to, well, if Isaac led to Jesus, the lineage to Jesus, and we already know in the Bible, Jesus is presenting himself golden skin, woolly hair as a black man, then what would Ishmael be who started the Muslim faith if they got the same father? That's what I'm saying. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, Ishmael, just real quickly, Kashmir has said some things that certain Muslim scholars do confirm to be true. I'm not denying, and I don't want this to be a back and forth about Islam. We can put that to the side. I want to address Kashmir's greater point. I also want to address what Ali said.
Can you close your mouth, Crib Jesus?
He mentioned
why would we defend Islam?
Can you close your mouth while
he
she's
desecrated his
Why
school?
Did I keep bring you down? Like this is crazy. You can't control. Hey, how do you have friendships and relationships where you can't control
disrespecting the prophet, bro? You don't believe in
Mr. Crib.
Let
It's all
other people
right.
talk.
But Ali, to your point, the reason why they say go back to Africa and it's an issue, because I wanted to make sure I addressed it, is because Black people generally do not have a positive view of Africa. And that's fine. I mean, it's the reality. I don't take offense to it. I understand why that's the case. But generally speaking, Black people in America do not have a positive view of Africa, the continent as a whole. That's why it hits hard for certain Black people when conservatives say, well, go back to Africa, or if anybody says go back to Africa. Growing up, I wasn't proud of my Nigerian ethnicity or heritage. You know, we used to claim like we were Jamaican, like Jamaican was the thing to be. But that was because, again, growing up in the 80s and the 90s, that was the issue. But back to Casimir, I do agree that certain because Africa, excuse me, Nigeria, there's a whole bunch of issues in it. But even Africa and the countries that have been formed in Africa, there are multiple issues from multiple different things that I know if me and you had a conversation, we could really talk about it. But it's not, that didn't just happen in Africa. There is always conflict within people. And there is always a culture that has been captured. If you look at England, the Scots and the Irish and London, they're all white. They don't like each other. Like, I think Black people
Italians and English, they hate each
yeah,
other.
I think Black people, because Black people in America in particularly, have this thing that everything is great for everybody else and everybody else gets along and it's just Black people and white people. No, people, period, don't get along, generally speaking. And there will always be groups and civilizations and super empires that dominate other groups. They get toppled on, another group comes and dominates them. Right now, the big powers are China, Russia, and America. And North Korea and South Korea, you know, can be thrown up in the mix. But the most dominant powers currently in the world today are the US, Russia, and China. And everyone is looking to maintain that or topple the world order. Casimir, you made a comment about you not being in community. And I understand somewhat you're thinking that you're an individual, but none of us can do anything by ourselves. We have to trust, even if we don't even acknowledge or recognize that these systems are in operations, whether we do anything or not. We have a certain social contract with one another to believe that if I'm living in a house, it's going to be put up right. The walls are not going to collapse on me. I'm not going to get lead poisoning. I'm not saying those things don't happen. There's some exceptions, but generally speaking, for there not to be anarchy, there has to be a community and a social agreement for us to exist. Does that make sense? So
Yes,
I understand if you have disdain for certain Black people or for dark-skinned Black people, like what you're saying does not offend me, because I understand for some people what position they are to feel that way. But just generally speaking, when talking about Black people, yes, there's certain things that we do need to work on, but it's not just limited to us. It's for every group of people have their issues.
Yes, and from if you get caught up in the so-called, because I saw in the back chat you was talking about Casimir propaganda. If you actually get caught in the propaganda, you would think that the Asians and the Arabs and the Europeans are superior to the people that look like you. If you actually believe in the propaganda, the conversation that I want to be open-minded to with Why So Serious and Crip Jesus is the fact I told y'all before. I was raised in an Islamic house, and I was raised by family members who were in Seventh-day Adventists. But when you look at our history and you look at the fact, it shows, and I want to know where the rhetoric or the narrative or the depiction and the doctrine change, where one side of the country, it shows us that the Arab Muslims were enslaving Africans on one side of the world, and the Europeans were enslaving us on another side of the world. Show me where the Black man was, because I have Israelite brothers. I be going back and forth with my Israelite brothers. I be going back and forth with my Muslim brothers, but I was raised Islamic, and I was raised with the influence of Seventh-day Adventist Christians as well too. But I take my feelings out of it, even though there's a lot of things that I came to believe that affected me and bothered me. When you look at history, if we are Muslims or if we are Israelites, why were both the groups of people who associated that, why did both those people enslave the people that look like us?
Are you asking me that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So the Arab slave trade goes back all the way to Bible time when the Ishmaelites were trading. Matter of fact, the Ishmaelites traded Yusuf. Okay? So those were dark melanated men that looked like me. People taking this word Arab and letting it represent genetics. Arab is a language. Arabic is a language. Some of the most famous Arabs in history were taller and darker than me. They spoke Arabic. They may have been an Arab from Nubia, which is Sudan, like the brother up there. They may have been considered, and you can look these people up. I can give you some names, like Musa the Black. All that. These are people who are Sudanese who are considered Arab by record because they came from families that were high up in Arab hierarchy and spoke the Arabic language. Just like we are American, brother. It's not that deep. Just like a black man in Mexico is a Mexican. So Arab is not a genetic thing. You got to get that first before I even go further. Arab people, the reason they look the way that they look, Ali, is because they're mixed. They're mixed. They had one of the biggest slave trades in history for thousands of years. They're mixed with a lot of Caucasian, a lot of Asian, a lot of African, a lot of European. So they have a mixed look. They're not a different people. They are the descendants of the Ishmaelites. Then you go down to the further down south in Arabia, you have the Al-Qatan. These are very dark people who have a different texture of hair. They look like the Somalians. They look dead on them. They're right across in Yemen. They're right across by Medina. So yes, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Ramadan was a dark melanated man. Was he black like me? Did he have full lips and a big wide nose? Probably not. He's not from West Africa, bro. It's different type of melanated people.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't know why this is so hard to believe. Just like the Filipinos, you know what I'm saying? Just like the Aboriginals in Australia, just like the dark Dravidians in India. We got to get over this brainwashing. No. So you asked, why did slavery go down? So in the year of the elephant, I'm gonna give y'all some facts, no more feelings. Y'all spewing all these goddamn feelings for 3 hours. It's called the year of the elephant. That is the year that the kingdom of Aksum, the black Africans who ran Arabia, finally had to switch the power over. There was a battle with elephants involved. Okay? And the king name was Nigas. The Nagas. Okay? So King Nigas actually not only fought in this war in the year of the elephants that switched the power over from the Arabs kidnapping the Abyssinians, but he also, the next Nigas, because Nigas means king, so the next person that had the position of Nigas, how we say nigga to each other, the next Nigas, which means royalty in East Africa, gave shelter to the Arabs that followed Muhammad before there was such thing as an Islam religion. It all starts with us. And I'm giving you name, dates, and facts. Go look it up. These ain't my opinion or feelings. All right? It all starts with us. And to think otherwise is low self-esteem, weak, and I don't like hearing it. And I don't like when people allow people to spew fake facts and they ain't got no names, dates, or times on it. It's like you doing the job for the devil. Cut his mic off. He don't deserve to speak. He need to go read a book. And that's on Crip.
So I have a lot of we grew up with Arab friends, right? And I did my own
so he has a point what he said. He has a point what he said, but just to let you know, since he's a Crip, you do know white Freemasons created your religion, right? So why do you represent a gang which white Freemasons created to kill your people with? And first of all, with the Muslims and all that, yeah, what you're saying, some of it is true, but when those white Arab Muslims put your people in slavery, you're not a real Muslim. You could call yourself a Muslim. You could pray 5 times a day all you want, but in the eyes of those white Muslims, you ain't no real Muslim. And you know that's true. Farrakhan's not a real Muslim. He knows that. They rejected him. But the point is, if you really study at the life of Muhammad, he was not a Negro. He was not a man that came from a Nubian background, because there is no real proof to prove that he is a man of color. Now, he might have been albino, just about that, because albinos always existed throughout time, and it's still a form of a person of color. But he was not a dark-skinned Negro from some African tribe.
Hold on. Casimir, there's only one race in the world that creates albinos. What race is that? That is the African race. We are the only ones that create albinos. So if he was albino, guess what that makes him?
Okay. Yeah. That's right.
Have a seat at the kids' table, bro. This ain't a conversation you built for. You already lost.
Here y'all go. Here y'all go, boy.
No.
Okay. If you want to be arrogant, you can go ahead and be arrogant. But the point is, if those white
still talking. He's still back there talking. Shout out to my brother Boogie with the $5 super chat. Much love to you, my brother. And y'all, in a few minutes, shortly, we will be starting a debate, man, between my brother Stacy Prince and Poppy Chulo.
Yeah,
I don't know if y'all
said that earlier. I'm waiting for that. I'm gonna
It'll be a
sit back
crazy
and
debate. My brother with the $5 super chat, Ali Blessings, brother. Shout out to Coco. Question for Coco: how do you deal with hate from feminists? Coco, you still back there, or you taking the kids off from the roof? And she's doing what I be doing every day.
Ali, what's funny is when you said earlier, when you looked at your dog and told him to sit down, I literally at that same moment, I look, where the hell is my cat at? Because I know she's doing something.
Oh, you be telling the cat to sit down? You got bad feedback,
right now.
Jasmine. I
had to.
Hey, fam, you gotta mute yourself up when you're not talking because your feedback's so bad. My brother construct _icon with a $2 super chat. Positive energy activates constant elevation, y'all. Peace to my brother construct. And then my sister Wanda with the $5 super chat. Hell no, we got this colorism going on in feminism from our own and feminism from our own people. How did we learn? Hey, Wanda, I love you to death, but we didn't learn that from our own people. It was implemented in us. We learned it from these people. I gotta put his feedback horrible. And then my brother Tone with the $2 super chat, Tone _A1. Black is a misnomer. Okay. And then my brother Tone with the _A1 again with the $2 super chat. Asian equals Asian, African equals Africa, European equals European, black. My brother Shadow Draken gifted us with a gift membership as well too, man. Much love to you, my brother Shadow Draken. And then my brother Ellie Mars with the $5 super chat. KK missing one more K. Dang. The black makes allies all the times. It's the broken alliances from black people that broke us. Individualism can't be accountable. Oh, I mean, we got to work together, man. Teamwork makes the dream work. But we got to be civil too. And I understand in certain circumstances you ain't got no time. You can't take everybody with you, but we trying to have a constructive conversation, even if we believe the people who are speaking are extremely ignorant. Otherwise, we ain't gonna have no conversation. We just come up here and scream at each other. I would hope some of us realize that as well too. But go ahead, my brother Stu. Oh, and y'all, again, we'll be starting shortly, y'all. Please like and subscribe. Make sure you help us reach our member goals, our super chat goals, and our Cash App goals.
Like
family.
the video, hit subscribe, and show love to Ali at $Ilkan.
Y'all, I know y'all ain't let me up here talking. Ain't nobody gonna tell me I'm on mute.
No, you was talking. We heard
you. Was talking.
Oh, why they say mute?
I heard you, King.
Yeah, whoever Derek Hardy. I don't know what you're
They
talking
trolling.
about.
They trolling, man.
They retarded.
They messing with you, bro.
Okay. All right. But go ahead, my brother Stu. And Kennedy, I see you back there, my brother. You got to work on your mic.
Like, yo, like for real. I've literally, this is why I brought this up the other night, Ali, about the societal psychological indoctrination. I brought it up because I don't just sit here and just give in on, this is who I'm subscribed to. I'm gonna listen to them. No, there are people that I'm not subscribed to. I just watch their content because I want to hear the different conversations.
Yes.
Because I want to see how far this has gone. And it's gone far. We have all been psychologically indoctrinated to put each other against each other. Why? As Black people, like this is the craziest thing in the Black community before feminism ever mentioned. You never heard, and I said this the other night, Ali, you've never heard, even before feminism came up, and still to this day, you've never heard a man say, I don't need no woman to help me raise my kids. But you've all of us, through our entire life, we've heard women say, I don't need no man to raise my kids. Men have never left women. We've never wanted to. We love y'all with everything we are. Black people have never left black people. We love us all, no matter what shade, shape, or form we come in. But it's by design that we are all against each other, no matter what the fuck we look like. It doesn't matter. Because the more we looking at each other, fighting with each other, we can't look at those motherfuckers that's supposed to be doing the right thing and say, hey, y'all niggas need to act right. We still fighting, right? And
hey Ali,
this is the main question I have. And Ali, and I want you to bring this up. Anytime, why so serious? Crip, Coco, y'all tell me, if y'all can answer this question, I will humbly never jump on another panel again. When the patriarchy is brought up, why the fuck is that brought up in front of black men when we have never been a part of it, never benefited from it?
Hey,
are you talking about in America?
No, when black women leave.
Because in the history, the only time black people ever benefited from patriarchy is in Atlantis and Egypt. Since then, no, black man ain't never had no parts in that, never benefited, never been in the hierarchy. As a matter of fact, when it comes to the patriarchy, the black man and the society that we've all grew up in, he's been the lowest man on the totem pole. So why are we allowing women to bring up the patriarchy to us when we've never fucking benefited from it and we've never fucking been a part of it?
That's why I was just talking about that. That's why I tell black women who have, y'all sound like whitewashed women, because if my knowledge serves me right, from black women work just as much as black men during the 1940s, 50s, because neither race of people, black people didn't have nothing, so the woman worked too. When you hear women, I want to be a boss babe, that was a white woman's issue. White women were stay-at-home wives, not the black woman. The black woman worked too. Rosa Parks was on her way from a job or to a job, right or wrong.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Black women worked just as much as the black man did to make it ends meet. The 50-50 thing was always in effect with black women, with black households.
But to answer psychological stoner Stu's question, gosh, I don't think patriarchy is the issue. All that a patriarchy is, and most of civilization, I would say 99% of civilization is ruled by men. And I don't believe that's a bad thing. I think it's by design. I think that's just evolutionary and biological. The problem isn't the patriarchy. The problem is when you go against your nature. And women are rebelling against their nature. If they do achieve certain accolades, they get overwhelmed because of how we are set up. We should not be doing as much work as we're doing. We should not, and that causes stress and fatigue. So, I think the issue is not the patriarchy. The issue is that women rebel against their nature, and it's causing them a lot of stress they wouldn't have if they just, like people like to say, rest in their feminine. But again, women really don't know what rest in their feminine means. It means to be a woman. It means to not be cantankerous. It means to, if you are around good men, you follow their lead. Not to say they're not going to listen to you, and not to say they're not going to come to your advice, because wise men will seek advice from wise counsel. But ultimately, and I know this is and again, this is my Christian worldview, but ultimately, men have the final say. And it's not because I want to, it's because history has shown that's what it is. Even for women to get their ability to vote, men had to say, okay, we are allowing women to vote. It wasn't women with the guns and the rifles like, man, give us our vote, pum, pum. No, it was men made the decision, okay, these women have been asking, they are marching, let's vote on it. Because the only way women could have got their right to vote is for men. I know a lot of women do not want to concede to that fact, but that is a fact. That is a fact. Any rights, any other opportunities that women have been able to get is because men have given it to them. That does not mean that women do not hold value or weight. But I think what messes up a lot of women, and to your, I think an earlier conversation was about women feeling like they can fight with a man. It's because of this thing, feeling like we are the same. We have equal value as human beings, but we are different. And that's what messes up women. When you come from a premise that we're the same, just regardless, even though we know biologically we're different, but we can still be as strong, can still do, no. I think once women unplug from the matrix of this mainstream society about boss babe, boss woman, all this other stuff, and understanding that we do have value in the roles that we have, but we are in a patriarchy that works in our benefit, then we would be better. We would be, most women would not feel as mad or as angry as they do.
Absolutely. So it's because women are not against men controlling themselves and controlling other men for women, but women are against men having expectations and putting a permanent responsibility on that woman to invest back in men in society. So she's obviously brainwashed, but she's conflating patriarchy with being controlled versus the fact that patriarchy is meant to take care of the woman as well too, and it's meant to address the men that's against the women as well too. So you can't benefit from patriarchy but then be against patriarchy when it asks you to be responsible, when it puts a standard and expectation on you too to do your part for society. So again, this is where we say women are expecting everything from men, but demanded that they have to do bare minimum for the men that they're asking to protect them. So that's why they be doing that, my brother. When we never had, like you said, we never had control of our women. In this country.
In our society.
No, Coco. I don't believe that. No, so without us playing semantics, I literally controlling them and enslaving them. I agree 100%. But both men and women have to be controlled. Like we need to be under control.
Yes. But when the women say, sorry, let me clarify. Women say, oh my gosh, she's so controlling, because women want to control.
Yes.
Because what's wrong with being controlled? That's the question. Yes. What is wrong with being controlled?
Yes, they want to control you, but you can't control them. That's all it is. So it's trying to
equality. It's about one being
equity. It's about equity. Women want
superiority.
She wants equity,
not equality.
Yeah, she wants superiority treatment. She don't want to actually be superior. She just wants the treatment of being superior. She don't want the responsibilities that come with having power. You don't want imagine if you had a target on your head for the rest of your life because you were the most powerful.
Can I say something before I bounce, man?
Yes. No, you can't.
Ali, I know I give you a hard time, but I want to thank you, man. You always keep me in the
You know I love you, man. You know I love you.
I actually had something to do, but when I heard that brother saying that crazy stuff, you can ask. I was on my way out the door. I was like, man, I ain't got time for this. As soon as I heard him saying, I said, oh no, not Black History Month and Ramadan, not the double whammy. I got to come back.
But let me ask you a question. Because that's why I ultimately, like, there was a phase of my life I was like, yo, nice don't work. And then I go, oh, hold on. Being a little assertive or being intentional and being and providing wisdom and watching your delivery does work. Like, if he would believe a certain way about dark-skinned people, Crip Jesus, how much did you help him to believe in Black people and dark-skinned people right now?
You kind of.
I did help him.
Who? No, you did.
Look. When you run the tape back, he was spouting like a little weenie. He was like, he's right this time. Run the tape back.
Yeah, he was.
I just watched it. He was like, he's right this time. He made a point. But the Crips were made by, he was defeated.
No, but
deal.
Is it a time? Did he learn? Is it at the point where he could?
You know what I'm saying? I just want to say bye. You know
this man said Shamalama the other day too. I let him slide with that. I think I thought he was Muslim too. He said Shamalama. I said what?
Hey, before what's your second language, Ali?
Turkish.
Wow, I thought you was. So your family,
the Ottoman Empire.
So you're not Dominican? Oh, okay.
No, who thought I was? People thought. You know what's funny? I see. I got them jokes. The women would think, oh, they Bobby Chulo or something like that. I was like, nah, I ain't Dominican. I ain't Hispanic. I ain't Puerto Rican.
You look like you can walk out and say, "I'm Dominican, baby."
Hey yo, mula, no, basura.
Dominican, baby.
No.
I got y'all. Though. That's all. See how y'all do.
I say that like
yeah, y'all do. See, that's why. See that, like, see how y'all do light skinned people. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, that's why that brother mad right now.
Bro,
hey, you know what's crazy?
I had a hard time till I had to. I mean, I literally had to fight people. Like I had a hard time.
My oldest brother, he was called White Boy until he was 17. My mom's half
I
white.
got a homeboy named White Boy. Red, he light skinned. We call him White. We hoop with him. Man, somebody guard White Boy.
Literally. We at the park, we playing.
Me and my brother fought everybody. Like, we fought everybody. White kids, black kids.
Hey,
everybody.
Y'all ever had people, man? The real pronouncing of my name is Ismail, but people can't pronounce that, so they Ishmael. Man,
nah, I can see Ishmael.
Yeah.
I have a lot of friends of mine that are Arabic, that are Muslim.
Ismail.
My oldest brother that I'm talking about, that they called White Boy growing up, he's serving a life sentence in prison right now. He's Muslim. That's his religion.
Man,
that's why when I heard him saying that, when I heard Kashmir saying that about the Islamic community, I'm like, how much knowledge does he know? Because the Islamic people that I know that I grew up with, I grew up in Philly. And when I heard the other night, the brother and Tia talking about going through the system, I grew up in the system in Philly, in foster care and in group homes.
Yeah, but the conversation here though, how much do people actually care about the truth versus their truth? Like even when we'll say sisters will go my truth, there's still a lot of people that care about their truth, even if they seem like they care about the truth. They eventually draw a line in the sand and go, I can't take but this much truth. A lot of people cannot take the actual stone cold epitome of the truth. And like I told you, I want Allah to exist. I want Jesus to exist. I want all these people. I want there to be an afterlife. I want all these things to exist, and I really care about it. So I edify myself. But once you start diving deep into all this stuff, and then you're looking at what happened to all sides of the world, and even looking at, that's why I asked why so serious about the black, even the race is a social construct, but the greatest variations are in the location that's called Africa, even though if that's a social construct as well too. But the European came out that African. The European came out the African. Like, nobody can deny that. So the European essentially has to be African as well too, but less melanated, and his DNA was already pre-coded. It adjusted to the locations he went to, just like the Asian is from the African as well too, of the term. But I'm talking about the matriarch and the patriarch that carried the DNA is from the location. It's from Africa. You can't deny it, or the term Africa, but it's that variation. It has the most variations. Those two DNAs has the most variations. Yeah,
because it was originally called Sundaland.
If we look at the history of travels, most nomadic people were from Africa. Mansa Musa, RP, he proved it when he did his right, when he went through where he went through. He traveled far too on feet. Man, he traveled months, 3, 4, 5 months at a time. You can't tell me they weren't having sex and procreating with women out there. They was
Well, you have to understand, from where he traveled from to where a lot of people don't even realize where his final destination was. His final destination was actually in South Africa.
Yes.
I mean, South America. That's where his final destination was in South America. So you have to think, the African people, what we know as Africa, was originally started as a supercontinent called Sundaland. It literally spread all over the world. So when you hear the Atlantic, the Empire of Atlantis, what we don't know is the entire planet is the Empire of Atlantis. All of it.
That's a deep one right there, dude. But remember, I care about the truth. That's up in the air. That's up in, like, so I had a dog. I used to have an Australian Shepherd, but the Australian Shepherd is supposedly the descendant of Atlantis as well too. But that's still up in the air. What actually, if that's what's happened, it's still a myth. Like, until it's determined, a lot of us, man, it's a deep conversation when we start breaking out a lot of this stuff. A lot of this stuff is still up in the air. You got to
because
prove
the winners, because the winners, like when it comes to history, the winners are the ones that's writing the history. The losers can't write nothing because they lost. So I will say I do believe that what most of the history text is the winners just writing their own narrative. In my opinion, I could definitely be wrong, but most of what I think is like mainstream is what the winners said. The winners wrote this down.
That's where the
yeah, but
term
do
comes.
you think you would have ever been a Muslim if somebody didn't teach you how to be a Muslim?
Nah, I don't think
That's
I.
But that's
and
but
if
like
you can
you
say
said,
that same thing for a Christian, you can say the same thing for an Israelite, you can say the same thing for Buddhist, you can say most of us, I want to say all, but I guess when we intention,
It's your upbringing, like I said
most
earlier.
of us are engineered and taught how to be what we are. You know what I'm saying? Depending on where you were, depending on who you are, depending on who you associated from, you usually have that same ideology. So that's why we had these conversations. I have most of my thoughts, you have your reality-based thoughts, then you have your other thoughts. That's out, but if you really think, like, the real thoughts should make you feel very uncomfortable. Like when you really start really getting into what you believe, not what you believe, but what you know and what is. A lot of these things we don't know. We don't know what's happening. That's why one of my favorite quotes is, the man that knows something knows that he knows nothing at all.
That's why I always say to myself, no matter how much
I
think
know what I
I'm still
know, and I
stupid.
know what I don't know, but I'm afraid of what I don't know.
That's why I
Yes,
say,
sir.
no matter how much I know, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. No matter how much is in here, no matter how much I retain, I'm stupid because there's still so much I don't know. There's so much undiscovered that I don't know. That I can't guarantee to be factual, but in my heart, intuitively, I'm sitting there thinking, that sounds too much like something that should be looked into because it sounds like the truth.
Well, we about to start the show in 3 minutes, y'all. We got 3 minutes. We're gonna start the show.
Ali, are you going to talk about Cam Newton and I forgot that lady's
The
name?
next show, it got sidetracked.
The colorism thing threw it to the left like a mother.
It's all right. Sometimes I'm fine with that, and I'll leave that to the next show. If we get on a certain topic,
I got comments for that. I got words for that.
You talking about
are you on the side of the women or the men, or you playing both?
Which one? About Cam and
Cam.
his situation?
Ma'am.
Oh, I think old girl was out of line. I mean,
girl.
Cam's woman knows what it is, and whatever they determine is what they determine. But anywho, yes. Whenever you get to that, I'm gonna get to that.
You talking about the Cam Newton and the Sarah lady?
Yes.
Man, did you hear what she said?
Yeah.
Crazy.
But
that's why, as much as men keep saying, why are you so insecure about a friend? Why can't women have friends? That's why. It ain't no such thing as no friend.
You know what's crazy? He spoke what a lot of men need to be saying. Like, I understand that me being because they never said they never said nothing about him being around ugly women. They said attractive women. Name me a man that can really keep his composure around a 7, 8, 9, or a 10 long term. If I'm not benefiting off of it any other way.
What you mean by that?
I'm in the confine. What I mean by that, it's a saying that I heard people say, if you put me in a place or a specific place with Beyonce for about a month or two, I've been to have sex with her within 2 weeks. Because the natural way of life is men and women are meant to be symbiotic. It's only so long I can hang around a woman that is attractive, that I could be attracted to. She's single, I'm single. Without us being, the line is gonna get crossed either way.
Eventually, it's gotta happen.
Yeah, the line gonna get crossed. She might catch feelings. I'm gonna catch. The fact that they were saying that you have no self-control. No, he has self-control with knowing himself. I don't associate
it's always the man got no self-control, man. When men exercise far more self-control than women, it's not even close. Every single day, man. Every single day.
It was funny. I say this all the time. Like Jen, she get mad at me when I say it, but when I pointed out to other people about other females, she's like, "Yeah, you're right." Women don't like accountability because they understand deep inside their mind accountability comes with consequence, and women don't like
facts.
I say it all the time. what I
They
said,
don't
what I said
like
earlier,
consequence.
they want it all.
Accountability comes with consequence. Women don't like consequence.
And responsibility either.
That's
Like
true.
they want it all. They want the glory. They want this. They want that. And I think a lot of people, not just women, men are victims of this too. But you got to understand,
Yes.
the universe doesn't owe you an understanding, and you got to get even the people at the top, they got to give up something to get something. They are afraid to fall off. Because if they fall off, then they're gonna be around the same people that they probably demigrated themselves to, making their money off of. Everybody is afraid of losing something. So the fact that they want it all with no consequence, making good money, being a top tier person, you never know you never really know who your real friends are unless they grew with you. You never know if they really like you for your money or not. The people at the bottom deal with the fact of being poor, trying to make ends meet with their kids. Everybody has to come up. Everybody, not saying we lose, but to gain something that you want, you got to give up something. And I don't think people want that. I think people want it all. I said they want it all, but you can't have it all. It's impossible. Even the people that you think got it all don't have it all. You see how these people with all this money got the best teachers, the best psychologists. Their kids be drug addicts, serial killers. They be all over the place. No amount of nothing. Like that's why that's why I'm glad you kind of check my my idea, my viewpoint when it comes to the race thing. I think the biggest issue within all communities struggling with what we're dealing with, but we're gonna specifically say the black, is the culture. Like when growing up,
but you see, I didn't try to chop your head off. I still treated you like a brother.
You did.
It'd be worse if I try to disrespect you, offend you, berate you, tear you down. You ain't gonna be more open-minded to it. Like people typically that's why I try to be a certain, people like, man, you need to disrespect that person. You need to do this. You need to do this to this woman. You need to do this to this man. How we gonna learn that way? Like, why would I want to be a Muslim or a Christian if I see the person who's prophesizing and the person who's giving me the information is destroying people in front of them and tearing down people, whoever he speaks to, and it's one thing to protecting yourself and demonstrating self-defense. It's another thing. And if I'm going at people every single day and castrating them everywhere I go, why would I want to be associated with that? I don't want to be that type of person.
Yeah, and I do agree. Like when it's the same situation where when a man and a woman is going at each other in a heated debate, the man could be right, but because he's so passionate, because a lot of emotion is passionate. So the man be passionate about what he's saying because he's really trying to help this woman understand that women like her, but she's so stuck in her way because she's not finna concede to that. The minute, like I said, Karen and Rose them or Coco, the minute they come in with a different energy, now she can't address this energy with that energy. You got to dial it back because I'm not finna have a conversation with you like this. So I agree. Like I saw that, like y'all, you done did it twice. The situation with back a couple weeks ago, and then you did it then. But you did what I've seen my wife do. She, like I said to the girl that was talking earlier, she make me believe she make me think what I'm saying is right because I do a lot of hindsight because I talk to I do this a lot. So man, how can I make the better podcast? And how can I do this better? How can I speak better? How can I get people? I do that a lot. So it's been plenty of times I can't, and she hate when I do it. You always do this. Think about it ahead of time. Stop doing it in hindsight. Dang, you was right about that. I did come off wrong. My intentions weren't like you. It's never your intentions, Ishmael, but you do come off like that. So I get your way work. Yeah, it works with certain people. I think it works with people who actually want to learn the truth and actually want to actually let the world know like this is like they actually want the conversation to be intentional. I think if somebody coming out here rage baiting and trolling, you being nice or mean to them ain't gonna make it no better.
Right. We just gotta have the intentional conversation. There's a time and place for that as well, too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But y'all, we about to start the show. I love y'all. I love y'all know I love the chat. We about to start the show. Ready?
Okay.
All right. I'll see y'all next one, family. All right.
All right, peace.
All right, y'all. We about to start it up. All right. Get your popcorn ready. It's about to be a crazy one. All right. It's gonna redirect y'all. If it don't redirect you, I'm gonna make here. Y'all go here. All right. If it doesn't redirect you, this is where we're gonna be. All right. Here we go. And always remember.
You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Am I muted for real? Y'all, am I muted? Nah, I'm telling y'all about to see. There you go.